Start on Twitch. Also, we're gonna open this. Alright, let all of that go live. We're gonna see how loud this is. Because, like, okay, so the one primary improvement I made to the stream is that I now have a shuffle playlist. So we're not gonna be listening to the same goddamn music track for like 5 hours. Because I think that would just drive us insane. So let me click shuffle. That's better. It's music from all the games I loved and grew up with. Hi Tyler, welcome back. Yeah, let me know if that's too quiet or let me know if that's too loud. But let me tell you the current state of this game. Basically last stream, I was like doing things kind of strangely. Because what you do in Unity is that there's these things called prefabs, which are essentially like ways to create templates of game objects that you want to put in your game. So let's say we have a lot of enemies. We make one prefab that has one script. We make one script and modifies all the enemies, and then we can have other objects call this object, and then add it to the game. So we don't have to make like some certain section of our game where we're hiding all of the objects that aren't supposed to appear until they appear. Kind of like having an actor on a stage hide off stage until they're needed. No, we don't need that. They spawn in the moment we get them. Okay? That's what we want to do. I can't make a game for the life of me. Maybe you'll learn something here. So here's how the game currently functions. Here's the thing. We went a little too long without continuing the game. Wait 1 second. We went a little too long without playing the game. And one change I made to the spawner, and now the basic enemy in the game is called a chaser because it follows the player. I had to remind myself how the spawning box worked. And the thing was, I discovered that it was not a box. What we made wasn't a box. So where the enemy spawn is on this line. So basically what I did was that I took the camera and I looked 50 Unity units above the camera. And then I just said, hey, spawn them anywhere between these two X values, which happened to be like the negative 70 to 70. What is it about? It's so far just kind of a Galaga clone. Well, it's like, imagine if Galaga or Xevious had omnidirectional shooting. It's like that. It'll have like more enemies than this. It'll be much more difficult than what you're seeing here. Like currently, it spawns enemies very, very slowly, and it's solely for testing purposes. In fact, I can configure it to maybe spawn more enemies. Like, let's say I want it to be 0.25. So spawn an enemy every quarter of a second. See, now we have a little more to work with. Oh shit, my bad. What is it? What'd you type? I didn't see the message. But welcome back, StarCell. Welcome back, Corruptify. Yeah, this is Unity Engine. We have one small issue, and that is an insane amount of errors when I die. I need to find out why that error is happening, because I think what's happening is that when the enemy spawns, it's trying to find the player. It's trying to find the location of the player. But the problem is that the player is currently not on the screen anymore. The object for the player has been destroyed. So what I might do, I wonder if it'd be better if I just instead made the player set to inactive rather than just destroy the player. And if the player is no longer active or no longer on the screen, what kind of game are you going for? Sandbox survival? It's like a survival game. Well, it's like survival in the sense like you just shoot enemies and try to live as long as you can. That's the entire point. I'm the one that made use of the negative positive values without using the camera. That made me use them. Yeah, StarCell has been a big help with the mathematical part of some parts of this game. Here's the code base. Here's some of the shit that I have to work with. There are some fields that used to be serialized that are no longer serialized. Let me also make sure this shuffling is even working. It does look like it's working. Right now, it's like playing VS Code, my beloved. Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. So, I need to go into the Chaser controller because I think when the ship spawns, it tries to pull the ship's location. And when the ship gets destroyed, that's bad. That's bad. It shouldn't do that. So, I'm thinking like, I feel like when the enemy spawns and then the ship disappears, I don't think there should be an actual issue. I think the ship... What's funny is that I completely forgot like how we did it before. where it was like, it's supposed to move towards the ship, otherwise it just kind of wiggles. Like, what is going on here? Like, is ship destroyed? It should always know that the ship is destroyed. I don't know if it has to do with, like, it trying to find the ship's position like this. I'm a little unsure. And also, what would happen if I just moved this in here? Would that solve the problem? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that was the entire problem the entire time. Also, I'm gonna turn this on. I'm gonna turn this on. In case you guys want to pay attention to something else. Because, like, I found this funny little app. Try putting that into the else section. Well, it's supposed to be like, if the game is destroyed, or if the ship is destroyed. Okay, now that is distracting. That is very distracting. Yeah, that is distracting. I'm gonna try my best to focus on my game while that thing wanders around on the screen. You know, in case you want something else to look at. Okay? So let me see what happens if I die. I don't know what's happening there. That's great. Thank you. Okay. That's maybe this isn't a good idea. I just tried to take my cursor away. So it's like 23. It's not moving toward you anymore. Keep it on? Yeah, I'll keep it on. Okay, so it's looking for the ship's position. If the ship is... Well, it should never even get to this statement. It should never even get to this statement. I think it has to do with this. I feel like it has a problem with this. What if I did that instead? In fact, what if I move this in here? Yeah, because like at this point the ship isn't destroyed. I think we've got something there. I think that might make a little more sense. Let me restart the game. Yeah, that's very nice. Thank you. Don't worry, it's not that big of a distraction. Are you sure you want those to trigger when the ship is destroyed? Well, it's more like the issue is... Oh, right. When the ship's... When it spawns... It is not shuffling. I just noticed that. It is definitely not shuffling. It's going in order. I had just been listening to Eminem for the past 2 hours-ish while I was gaming. Yeah, I was like, I want to play some different music. I was playing the same music for most of the first stream we did on Unity. See, it's like, let me try to figure out why this is happening. So, it's like, we need to establish this object first, upon its spawning. We need to do that. YouTube playlists are not doing well recently. YouTube playlists are really, really strange. I don't know. Sometimes one thing I really don't like about YouTube playlists is that sometimes they'll be like, hey, do you want to continue your playlist? And I was like, why do you think I opened the playlist? I want it to continue for as long as I want. I'm like, why would you do that? Why on earth would you do that? I don't want that. So, okay, it finds where the ship is. Game object ship. I guess, like, what would happen if... It's like, what's weird is that we didn't have this issue before. I don't recall having this issue before. I don't recall having this issue in the first stream when we did this. Something different happened. Did the playlist stop? Excuse me? Wait, no, what the heck? Why does this music track goes on for 1 minute and then it stops halfway through? Okay. You know what? I need to fucking close this. That's gonna get too annoying. I have some success to share. Is this about the mod you were working on? It's like, it's intentionally meant to be annoying, but I was like, you know what? I can't keep that on for the entire stream. That's gonna drive me crazy. That's so peak. It's... Okay, it somehow shuffled back to a track I already heard. You know what? Fine, keep it that way. It's working at least. So I need to find first object by type. Here's one solution I can think of. I got back into Greg Tech. Oh, okay. Here's one thing we could try. What would happen if I turn this into a prefab? Because in that case, it should always try to reference this instead. It should always try to reference this, even after it gets destroyed. But then again, it's like, its position won't be known. Like, what would happen if I turn this into a prefab? And then I let it kill me. So game object's been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it? Okay. So that wasn't the answer. So just delete this. So I don't think I need to turn that into a prefab. There's no reason to. That's my Discord. That is also Steam. Let me just close that. Yeah, why did I not have this issue in the first stream? I might have to look back at what I did. So enemy speed is random when the enemy spawns. It needs to find the ship. You know what? I think I remember what happened. I think I remember why this happened. So, I think what happened is that instead of making a reference inside the start function, I just instead serialized this value. I instead serialized this value. However, we run into some other problem. We run into a different problem because I want to say that you can't do this. Unless, of course, I turn this into a prefab as well. Hold up. I might actually be on something here. No, it still doesn't work that way. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Is that what you want? I'm not sure if that's the perfect solution. What the fuck? Fireworks, welcome back. Cooking? Maybe. It's after it dies. They're all moving to the origin now. It's like, I'm literally getting the ship's, position. Or no, path to ship position. You're making a game? Trying to, at least. Making a solid attempt to calculate the ship position, this is the math we calculated last stream. I don't know, maybe I have to check inside. I have to check, like... Alright, let me try this again. Undo this. What is it about? It's kind of like a Galaga clone. Just like a top-down shooter. I need something relatively straightforward. Let me not make this a prefab anymore. So do that. Remove this. Ship position should be in this else section if I'm right. Well, it's more so the issue is that when the ship gets destroyed, any subsequent enemy that gets spawned, I feel like any enemy that currently exists should just run through here, because it's like if the ship is destroyed. Wait. Wait a minute. Was this... Maybe this was never supposed to be in there. You might be right. Why was that there? Okay. Yeah, it's like if the ship isn't destroyed, then we want to get the ship's position. And then path to ship position. Yeah, which it will take that. Calling my cousin, so we'll not chat much now. Yeah, that's totally fine. As long as you're here. As long as we're all here right now. That's all that matters. Let's try that again. That might have actually been the solution. I don't even know why I put it in that part of the if statement. I'll be here unless my phone died. All right, there we go. No errors. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. You sack of shit. You like, they completely teased me. Oh, right. So anytime it attempts to spawn a new, now it's like the issue I'm talking about, where anytime it attempts to spawn an enemy, then there's an error because the ship game object doesn't exist. Okay, so it's got to do with this line. I need to find a better spot for this line. It could be, we could put it down there. But like, it also needs to know where this ship... Actually, maybe this would work. This might actually work. I'm not the biggest coding nerd, but you could check if the ship is destroyed in the start section. That is also true. That was another solution I was thinking of, but I was thinking like, what would require less moving around shit? Okay, we're gonna find like, we'll find many solutions to our problems. We'll find many solutions to our problems here. Let me know if the music's too quiet. I'm like, I wanted to make sure there was a decent balance of music. Or like different music that I like. And most of it consists of music from games that I grew up with and games that I've currently, whose music I'm currently listening to. So you might hear some Deltarune music in here as well. Object reference. So I think it's the fact that the... Well, hold up, why? I'm a Scratch kid, so I overly prioritize performance. That is weird. So if ship is not destroyed... Hold up, let me try this again. So it says object reference not set to instant of an object. Update. Line 34. It should be in the start. Yeah, you might be right. So let's see here. If ship is destroyed, random movement. Ship first. So I'll need the ship position. So let's start by saying if ship dot is destroyed. Which, this looks like a very silly statement. So if it isn't destroyed, then do that. This looks like a very silly statement. But we'll see if this works. It's like if the ship isn't there, then let's just instantiate the ship. Don't worry. I've written sillier code. I've written sillier code in my lifetime. Yeah, if you don't know, this music that's playing right now, if you can hear it, it's music from The Sims Bustin' Out, the GBA version. Which it's like some of the music is remixed from The Sims 1, which I never really knew about. Because I never really knew about The Sims 1. I never knew about it at all. I only knew about its, I only knew about, like, its Game Boy ports. Okay, so starts at line 25. It's like, I feel like it's having a problem with this line, even though I feel like it should never actually see this line. It should never actually get to this point. Which I find really odd. I feel like it should never be even reading this line for that error to even happen. That's strange. Yeah, it's also, this issue was something I don't even think we had, I don't even think we had this issue last stream. Is the ship destroyed thing working properly? Instantiate, destroy game object. Well, I want to say, where's the ship being destroyed? I want to say it's under ship controller. Yeah, it happens here. This is where the ship gets destroyed. I mean, it's either this, or we do something like this. Wait, what? Set active. This would be a good way to signify that you are dead if your enemy if you just disappear. So let me go back to the chaser controller. I want to say we wouldn't need this anymore. And we could probably keep this line here. We might even be able to keep this line here. So, I think the only... It should still save the ship's last position. Well, actually, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen. Maybe I'm just talking on my ass. But who knows? That could be the answer. Yeah, you probably noticed that the hierarchy is a bit more organized. I think beforehand, I was thinking like, oh, let me organize everything so here are all the objects that are not meant to be seen unless otherwise. Oh. It still had an error. Chaser controller, line 35. So because the ship now goes inactive, it does not know where the ship's position is. It's like, I could establish the ship's position before I even get to this if statement. Well, no, actually, no. You would have to do it here. I don't know, it's just like this, I've noticed this error happening, and it's bugging me, and what's weird is that this didn't happen last stream. I don't recall this ever happening. Okay, so let me go back. Remove this. Ship controller. I think this can just stay as it is. Just destroy the object, that's totally fine. Okay, if this was Scratch, you could just hide the player, remove all their actions or something. You know what? The answer might lie here. The answer might actually lie in the spawner rather than the enemy controller. Because it looks like the issue is happening when the enemy is instantiated. Or maybe that's part of the error. Or it could be both. It could be both. So if I look in like void update and there's like a spawn enemy, there's a spawn enemy function in here. Maybe I could probably check if the ship exists inside the spawner as well. Because like this spawner is only ever gonna spawn once. So how about this? Let's say ship. So we want like a game object. And then we want to find first object by type. We want to find ship controller. I got jump scared by an ender creeper. That's the good shit. All right, now that we've got that, we also need the game object it's attached to. Wait, no, you would also need to, you would have to check if this ship is even still there. It's like, I need to find my way back to what it was before. I mean, it shouldn't, this shouldn't be a problem. Hold up. So I'm like confusing myself. So game object ship equals get, no, find object, or find Find first object by type. Ship controller. I need the game object of this. Because the thing is, the spawner is always going to attempt to do this. Unless I keep a reference of it up here or something. I recognize that melody. This is Persona 4. It's a track called Specialist. Remove that. So game object ship. Let's say we serialize a value. No, this is the original version. There's like a Persona 5 style version of it that someone made, that a fan made at one point. I listened to that one too, but I didn't want to use that in the stream. All right, how about this? Let's serialize a field called ship. Maybe that's it. So we serialize a value called ship, and then void spawn enemy. Only spawn an enemy if ship.isDestroyed is false. I don't know. I think that should... I don't know if that'll fix all the errors I was seeing, but I think that should fix some of them. So now we check if the ship is there for the spawners, because when this stuff is instantiated, I think the error comes from the fact that when the chaser spawns, it's trying to reference the ship immediately. So the other issue is that when it's updating every frame, I want to say it should only go here. It should only go here beyond that point. But I think the issue lies in the fact that any newly spawned chaser tries to reference the ship object, but we know it's not there. We know it's not there. So ship... So it's like only spawn enemies if the ship is still there. That's essentially what this is saying. Now what I also need to do, I need to come back to the spawner and I need to add the ship. We'll see how this works. So let's see what happens here. So just let an enemy run into me. So you died. It stops the enemies from spawning, and I want to say all those errors came from the fact that the start function in the chaser controller was throwing an error because it was trying to reference an object that didn't exist anymore. So obviously there needs to be a way to reset the game. There needs to be a way to reset the game. So I think it's like, you would need to make like a game manager of some kind. I guess like we'd have to set up something like that. So what's cool is that we can make something called like, we can make an object that maybe runs a script where it's like, it's constantly checking if the ship is destroyed or not. And if not, maybe it'll spawn like a menu, or maybe for now it just restarts the game and sets the score to 0. It like, you die and then maybe it starts, I don't know, let's see if we can implement something like that. This is like completely different. This is completely different from the list that I had ready, because I wrote all this down because I was like thinking, okay, this is everything that I think should be in the game. Like I think this is a nice goal to set, but I was like, now here we go working on something that has nothing to do with what's on the list. So let me make an empty game object. I'll go down this rabbit hole anyway. So let's call it game manager. So I think we're just gonna immediately need to make a script for this. So I'm gonna need to make a new script, a monobehavior script called game manager. So this script is gonna require a special library, which it's called like using Unity Engine .scene manager. Is that not what it's called? Unity.scene manager. I might be stupid. 1 second. Okay. 1 second. What's this thing called? I was like, I swear I knew what it was called. Oh, scene management. So Unity Engine, it's called Unity Engine .scene. which did not appear for some reason. I'm not sure why the IntelliSense didn't show me it. I'm very unsure why it did that. All right, so it's gonna need a game object, which will serialize the value for now. So get rid of these comments. We know what these things do. I don't think this thing's gonna need a start function. It's just gonna need a void function. It's checking for this it's checking for this every frame. So if ship dot is destroyed, why do I keep getting home insurance ads? I don't know. It depends on the video you're watching, honestly. I feel like when I watch academic videos, any sort of, like, educational video, it'll normally give me, like, hey, did you know that Grammarly can help you write the best essay? It's always Grammarly. And I'm like, I don't really feel the need to use it. And I wonder if Grammarly is, like, in that AI, on that AI hype. It has to be at this point, honestly. Because I feel like AI is probably gonna, like, outdo it, or maybe in interest. If it hasn't already. I'm probably gonna need more water. I don't know, I was really thirsty. I don't know, I think it's like, if you eat something that's kind of oily, it makes you really thirsty. Which, like, I don't know, I think I might have used too much cooking oil when I made lunch today. But it's like, I think I made lunch, but I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna need dinner. I don't think I'm gonna need dinner. I think I made, it's like, my mom, she got me like a slab or like a brick of rice noodles. Yeah, I don't know, it's like, I don't really know what you call rice noodles before you cut it up into noodles. It was like a brick, and I was meant to cut it up myself and throw the noodles in a pan and cook it, which I did. Return the slab. Yeah, it was like a brick. I'm not really sure. It's like rice matter, right? Like rice substance, something like that. I don't really know what you would call it. What do you call noodles before? You know, like noodles is like a long string of wheat. Like what is a noodle made of? Actually, these are the questions we ask around here as programmers. Fibers? I don't know. Yeah, I don't get it either. So if the ship is destroyed, then what you want to do is load scene. You want to do scene management dot load scene, and then I guess 0, which is just the scene we're currently in. However, what I should do, okay, luckily beforehand I preemptively called this scene the main game, which is good. I'm glad I did that. I'm something of a genius. Now, what we also have to do is I need to take this line of code. That is not what I meant to do. I thought there was like a if at region more. What is all this? I was like, last time I pressed that hotkey, it would just turn into a function. All right, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Okay, so void reload game. Basically, the reason I'm taking this singular line and putting this into a function is because there's another... Oh, what the hell? Oh, that's not your internet. That was not your internet. What the fuck was that? That was not your internet. God damn it. It's like, I feel like this has been happening more often. And I'm like, why is that happening? I don't know. Hey, I like streaming to Twitch. I mean, I don't know if that's part of the problem. So let's take invoke. So you need to invoke reload game. Oh, whoops. All right, remove that. The stream froze. Like, why is that happening? I've never had this issue before. Well, no, I've had this issue in like the last few streams consecutively. Is everything all right? Did everybody see everything just fine? Is everything okay? Sorry, I was just checking something. Okay, so let me keep going. I don't think I had anything. I would say thank God it's not my issues, but then it would mean it's your issues, which is worse. Perfect right now? Okay. Alright, that kind of distracted me. So let me look in this. What? Excuse me? It's called scene management. I didn't spell this wrong, did I? Or no, okay, that's... God damn it. So, it's called Scene Manager, but it's from a library called Scene Management. There's a difference, okay? There's a difference. Game object does not contain is destroyed. God, why am I just getting everything wrong right now? So, Game Manager. I need to first take the script and attach it to this. Serialized field, game object, ship. Excuse me, hello? Why? That's so dumb. Serialized field, game object, ship. What? Game object does not contain a definition for is destroyed and no accessible... So what? It doesn't want, like... Is that your problem? Because that's that... Well, actually, no. That might actually make a lot of sense. Game object does not contain a definition called is destroyed. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Unit.object. So if ship.gameObject. Yes, it does. What the heck? You're missing a using directive or an assembly reference. Any other one you don't serialize it. Well, it's like, even if I'm not serializing it, it's like, I call it the object that it belongs to. Even then, this is already a game object. Because, like, the thing is, I need this to constantly check if the ship object has been destroyed or not. I don't want this spawner to have to reference, like, where it is. I don't want it to try to use this function to find where it is. Serialization makes it appear in the inspector. Alright, fine. I'll do it the way we did it before. Because I think after the start function is ran, it doesn't have to do that anymore. Whoops. Okay, so put this here. Check this. Is that better? Okay, now you've really got me here. What? Why? So it's destroyed. Find first object by type ship controller.game object. Game object ship. What does it say? When will the assembly stream come? Never. Fuck that. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that program. We're not doing that. Find first object by type ship controller. I don't know what's the difference. What did I do differently? Assembly is super optimized, though it's not, like, absurdly difficult or anything. I went through an assembly class. I don't remember much of it. It was hard. So ship dot is destroyed. Game object, game manager, ship. One second, let me just get rid of this. It has no problem with it. Yeah, pretty hard, but in my opinion, the work pays off, but I don't think you'll need it for this game. Yeah, I doubt I will. Alright, here's something else we can try. This might be something kind of weird. I'm not sure if this is something we should be doing. Like, if this is something I should do. So let me make this public. Oh, shit. Let me make this public. And essentially, now, this function can be called from anywhere. So it's destroyed. This is like a really dodgy thing to do, by the way. So game manager. So game object, we'll just call it GM. Okay, don't do that. You're missing a directive or assembly reference. Which, why is that even happening? I definitely now have an object called Game Manager. Using a directive. I'm like, what makes it different from everything else? I thought this part would be easy. Like, every time I think it's gonna be easy, I just keep running into issues that... like, completely new issues I'd never seen. Alright, let's not put this here. Let's actually try to put it here. So let's run an update function again. One of the little I know about coding in Terraria, you need to add the directive to the shift controller class. Okay. So let's go void update. Let me just make sure this works. Like, let me make sure that we know this is here. So, game... just say that. Okay? I just want to make sure this thing exists. And it knows it exists. Making and modding a game are two very different things. I want to make sure the game manager actually, is working here. Okay, yeah, it is working. So I need to find object. So find. Hello? Why is the IntelliSense not detecting this? This is behaving so bizarrely. Hey, some of these keywords are long, all right? And then, honestly, give me ship debug.log ship.tag. Just show me its tag. Like, I want to make sure I want to be absolutely sure it gets this. So the tag for this, it should output the word player. Okay, yeah, so it definitely knows that the ship is there. Now try is destroyed. Try typing that out for me. And for some reason it claims that it doesn't contain is destroyed. What? Game object does not contain... Alright, when in doubt, use Google. What's going on here? Game object does not contain... Okay. Nice Google. Well, yeah, I have no choice now. Because, like, is destroyed is how I would check if the function is gone. That's how you do it. So I'm not sure what makes these two so different. Because it's working completely fine here. I don't think that's the answer. It's because all I'd have to do is instantiate the object here. And this is what ship is a game object. So if I type it here, let's see if there's an error over there. Which I'm not expecting one. Okay. Yeah, when an enemy spawns, it tells me if the ship is, you know, dead or not. So it seemed to understand that. And it's like, I've instantiated the variable the same way here. Enemy controller ship. Ship. Like, what is different? Find first object by type. Doesn't make sense because I don't know how to code. Ship controller, game object. It's like, it's weird. This seems so straightforward. The idea of this seems so straightforward, but for some reason I'm getting some strange, like, issue. So debug.log. Game object doesn't contain a definition for is destroyed, and no accessible extension method is destroyed excepting a first argument of type game object. All right, let me find this. So is destroyed. So I have to do some like reading here. Something that comes to mind. Apparently Unity has an on-destroy method. Which, I don't know, maybe it would work better. So destroy. Self-destruct. We're spending more time on this than than we should have. It's so bad. Destroy game object. I mean, I guess that'd be fine. It's like, if we want to give the ability to just restart the game from the file where the ship is, we could do that, but I don't know if I want to. Huh. It's like, I'm just not understanding why this isn't working. I don't know what makes this different. I mean, not to mention the IntelliSense is just acting really strangely in this. Yeah, why is this acting so strangely? All right, let's try serialized filled again. Okay, see, now it's actually appearing there. Now it's actually appearing. Now will you still have a problem? Game object does not contain a definition for is destroyed. As opposed to the other times I've used this. That is so confusing now. So ship.is destroyed. Game object. Unity engine object that is destroyed. Would it allow me to... It's like, it let me use all the other different methods on it. It let me use the other different methods on it like it was a normal game object. So I have no idea why this is different. Does that have to do with the fact that IntelliSense stuff isn't popping up? I don't think so. It's like I made this script like all the other scripts. Don't save. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna fucking delete this object. So, delete the game manager. Fuck that thing. I have no idea why that wasn't working. It's like, I make a new mono behavior script. I make a game manager. You open it. So, game object. There's no way it's this is the problem. What the fuck, dude? God damn it. So, I'm gonna have to dig through that library. I'm gonna have to dig through the 4 libraries I've got there. It's like one of them apparently is caused that? Wait, 1 second. Oh, right. So, now that I've made that script. So, game manager. Why did I not think of that? Yeah, see, there we go. Why did I not think of that? That was so fucking obvious. Now, here's the real question. Which of these 4 is the one that adds it? Is it the visual scripting or is it system? Like, let me remove 2 of these. I think it might be these 2. Oh, it's one of them. Is it visual scripting? This sucks ass. Ross, welcome to the stream. Okay. Cool. So, we can now make this work. We can actually make this work now. So that means now we're cooking. Now we actually have something. I'm sorry. I was wasting so much time on that. We're an hour into the stream, and I feel like I have not accomplished anything. So game object ship. Now what we can do is if we... This is temporary, by the way. Ship equals find first... What is up with this file? Like, why is the IntelliSense just not working? Alright, so ship controller.gameObject. Now, if ship.is destroyed, then what you're gonna do is you're going to do scene. You have a streamer voice? Thank you. I take that as a compliment. All right, scene manager dot load scene, and then we need game. No, it's called main game. Too energetic for 2 a.m. for me. I do not stay up that late anymore. I used to, once upon a time. And then what's gonna happen is that we need to pull this function out. Again, I don't know when the fuck did this menu got added. See, that's not... So it's not control slash. It was control period. That let me encapsulate something in a function. So what you need to do is we need to run a function called invoke, which is built into Unity. Basically, it gives us, it'll ask for like a function in the file to run, and then we need a time, like, I don't know, 3 seconds. Scene manager does not exist. Oh, right. So Unity engine dot scene management. Okay, there we go. You worked with YouTube and Twitch NCT API at all? Gingy, I don't know what you mean. Basically, I'm using Botrix to make both chats or TikTok. I've tried to like get streaming to work on TikTok or get keys from TikTok. I don't know how to, and then any methods I've seen on how to do it, they're really annoying. I'm like, why does TikTok make it so difficult to stream? Like, just have a place where you can generate a key for yourself. Like, what are agencies? What the hell do I have to do? You just use the live plugin for OBS? I think I've heard about that stuff. I wasn't sure if that stuff actually worked. I'm probably gonna have to look into it. Because I've heard about some keys, and then I've heard people get shadow banned from TikTok for using them. And I'm just like, okay. And then, like, you know, some YouTubers who give guides on that stuff, they say you won't get caught, or like that stuff won't be found out. But I don't know about it. I just don't really understand what the merit is for why TikTok wouldn't let them do that. Why TikTok wouldn't let people do that? Just like stream on their site. I feel like that's just free. That's free like coverage. Or is coverage the right word for it? I mean, like, that'd probably be like, that would be very attractive to streamers. The multi-chat and multi-alerts don't get TikTok stuff. Yeah, it's fine. I don't really use those alerts. I don't use them very much. Game manager. All right, so let's see if this works. Essentially, oh my fuck. Okay. I was able to get AI to generate a preview. It looks okay. Each platform alerts. I ain't reading all that. 1 second. It looks like, but essentially I'm trying to make an app that you can connect your Twitch, YouTube, enter your TikTok username, creates an OBS doc that neatly displays live viewers. Yeah, it's like for now, I'm just gonna stream the Twitch and YouTube. I don't know, like I have a TikTok, I have clips. I have clips from my stream that are put up on the TikTok, and like, you know, I see some results. So what happens if I die? If I die, it should presumably restart the game. Which it does. Yes, that's exactly what I want. All right, perfect. Now, wait, so if it reloads the scene, it looks like it actually did reload the score. Did it? Yes, it does. Okay. Well, that's one way we can have this set up. For now, it's like, we now have a way so the game just doesn't awkwardly stand there when I die now. It actually just resets. So that's good. So I'm gonna add that to the to-do list, even though it was not there in the to-do list. And I'm gonna act like, yes, I did accomplish something. So we'll do that. We'll have to do that later at some point. So what else do I need? So I've been planning to add more different, like more enemy types, because having enemies that just kind of slowly hover towards the player, that's kind of boring. We need more. We need more than that. There's also like a timer that determines how long you need to survive the wave, because I think it was I Hope You Have a Nice Day mentioned this on like making it wave based, which I was like, that'd probably be the most straightforward way to deal with levels. I just want to make my OBS neat and make it all one combined dock rather than 3. I have no idea where I'd even start making it. Yeah, for now, I have Botrex that gives me a UI that shows all the YouTube and Twitch chats. That's all I really need. That's all I really need and all I really care about. Revamp background. Okay. So it's like, you want to see more of my artwork? You want to see more of the shit I'm gonna do? So how long is this? It's like, it doesn't have to be terribly big. I think what we should do, with wave-based like Cybergrind from Ultra Kill, so yeah, whatever. So width is like 1080 by height is 1080 and then 1920. So I essentially need to make a background. For now, I've had a placeholder background. So what we want is something like this. And then I'm going to kind of just fill all of it in. That's a little too... We need a bit more black. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah, like that. You want to make a background? Okay, so for now, right at the moment, there is a placeholder background. It's a random stock image I found off Adobe. Like an Adobe site. It's just a random space background, but I kind of want to make my own. I know a program to make randomly generated ones, not AI, then what the fuck does that mean then? If it's randomly computer generated, what does that even mean then? I guess like, what I would need to do, hold on, I'm thinking about this. Okay, we need to make that smaller. So here's what's gonna happen. Procedural generation. No, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna see how this works, and you're honestly gonna think I'm a fucking genius. All right, make this like a little smaller. I don't know if there is a better way to do this. I am unsure if there is a better way to do this. And then I grab this. Why is the bucket tool not working? What the hell? Why? What is going on? Why is it not working? Oh, sorry, my bad. There we go. Yeah, I don't know if we want to get something as advanced as procedural generation. That seems a bit out there. I think it would have to be like, I'd have to have the stars like spawn the same ways the enemies do to kind of make it look like the background is different every time. If that makes sense. That's procedural enough. Now what we need to do. Can I generate a shape? Yeah, I can. Alright, there's... Hold up, watch this. Watch this. As you can see, I'm very good at art. Yeah, there's like a ring. There's like a ring. God, that looks stupid. Alright, and then we cover that up. Yeah, to make it look like it's going behind. Make it look like it's going behind. I'm probably gonna have to make like 3 of these. I'm probably gonna have to make like 3 of these things. God damn it. So here's background. This will be background number 1. And essentially I'm gonna have to like, I'm gonna have to give it the same script. So save as, I need to export as, let's make it background. I posted something in Discord as an example of what you can make. Oh, I see. I don't know, I think it would fit aesthetically. It would fit more aesthetically. It would make more sense aesthetically if I made something that matched the art style as like the ships and whatnot. All right, let me also. Really, it doesn't save there? God damn it! It's like, why does it not export? When it exports, for some reason it doesn't show up in the quick access. Oh wait, no, that's because I didn't save it. So choose file. Okay, one second. Sorry, it's like, I got my windows mixed up. Alright, so try replacing, here in the sprite background, try replacing it with this. Oh, that is way smaller than I thought. We can fix that. And then what I'll have to do... Is there a way to reset this? It needs to be a little faded out because I think it'll stand out a little too much. And I guess we'll replace the other one for now as well. So background 1, let's just set it to like 8. And then set the scaling here to 8 as well. Now, I've already got the functionality for the background, so that it kind of scroll... Oh. Okay, that's not ideal. See, I've also got to remember how this was coded. Like, I had to make a background movement thing. I need to think this over. 1 second. Let me close this. Yeah, so I had to make a threshold for when it was like fully off screen. I want to see what it does. I want to see like what's happening here. See, it seems to be fine just for that cycle. I think it's like... I think the image isn't big enough. I think the image isn't big enough. Okay, that's a bit extreme. Let's see what happens here. I don't know, maybe like just adjusting the size is all we need to do. Now, obviously, it's like, it's very obvious that it's cycling through the same image over and over. It's very obvious that it is. So let me also, like, normalize the colors. I don't know, it depends on how vibrant I want this to be. Okay. I need them to be same color so I can change them. Okay. I like that more. I do like that more. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll need to make like 3 or 4 or 5 of these. Yeah, I'll need to like make 5 of these or so. Yeah, I'm thinking like, if I add more than 2, I need to be mindful. Well, let me make the second image. Oh, what the hell? That just, I don't know what I did. I just closed every single window. Jesus. Okay, there we go. Okay, let me also... So let's make a second background. So let's remove this. And then what we could do... What if I highlight this? And just flip it over? Not sure if that's like the best way to do it. And then let's also... Okay. Let's do that. And then like what we'll do is we'll have like a little... Turn this down. It's gonna look like an Easter egg, dude. Oh, come on. Well, what the hell happened there? Oh, god damn it. All right, there we go. And then it looks like a bath bomb. Yeah, we'll see how many of these we need. Let's export as background 2. Choose file. And then I'm gonna need to move this to the side so I could bring in this. Not perfect. Blue, can you get rid of that bot? Oh, wait. So what I need to do, I need to replace it there. Okay. Speaking of Easter eggs. Alright, so let's see what this looks like. That looks a bit more convincing. This does look a bit, this looks a bit more convincing. I do like it though. I do think it looks nice. You should make it so there's a 2% chance one of the backgrounds to be replaced with an exact copy of itself with the planet has cat ears. Okay, we'll think about that kind of stuff later. We can think about that kind of stuff later. But hey, I think that's a good background revamp. If I want to add more images, I guess it's like, if I wanted to add more images, how would I do that, like, easily? Because I think I'd have to change... I just noticed this music is looping. How many times does this loop? Oh, it's like a 3-minute song. That's fine. This music was in Super Smash Bros. Melee. Because I think the only way the only way to fix this is to kind of... I'd have to take how many, like, units this image is and then kind of add on top of it. So, like, to make sure all the images are connected to each other. If that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. There's like I know there's an element in... Where is it? Rendering? No. UI... Is it under... Not Legacy. There's like a certain type of 2D object. There's like a certain type of object that we can use for something like this. Audio, video, UI toolkit, rendering, volume. Was it under layout? Yeah, it's like a layout element that we might be able to use instead. Where it's essentially like all the elements within all the child elements are kind of laid out in a certain way. Okay, I guess that's not how that's gonna work. So rect transform. Ignore layout, minimum height. Let me mess with some of these numbers. Okay, that's not working. It's like none of these... Remove component, add component. There's grid layout, horizontal layout. Actually, is there a vertical layout then? Yeah, there's a vertical layout group. Now, the problem is, I don't think there's a way for them to kind of swap their order. For them to, like, swap their order in the list. If they're down a certain threshold, I have no idea if there's a way to do that. Huh. It's like, I'm thinking about how you would do this if you had a third image. I don't know, I think I'll just leave it like this for now. We'll move on to something more important. I'm gonna close this for now. Okay, so what else is there that's supposed to be added to this? So it's like passing meteors that I was thinking of doing. So like occasionally, on top of enemies that kind of chase after you, there's sometimes meteors that pass by. And it's not like asteroids where you can destroy them, you have to just move around them. You have to move around them and let them pass. That's what I'm thinking of doing. So what I would need to do, I think they'd only appear on, like, they can appear on any side. And I think what's gonna need to happen is that I could probably retool the enemy spawner. It's National Mustard Day. You let out a mustard. What happens if they hit you? You die. You just die. I don't know. What do you think's gonna happen? Okay, so I have like the chaser spawner, which shows like the width and the height above the spawn camera. I don't know, it's like I could totally just retool this. It's like by default this spawner makes chasers. I have an idea for an enemy. What kind of enemy? So how about this? Let's set this to none for now. And basically I'm just gonna make this, I'm actually gonna rename this back into enemy spawner. And then if I go into where the spawner is, chaser spawner, I'm actually gonna rename this back to enemy spawner. I think between streams I named it that because I thought that this thing had way less potential than it actually does. Basic slow enemy, but it has projectiles that orbit and are generated one by one and then all thrown at you. I was thinking of having an enemy that slowly floats in and then it just like prepares to fire a laser. You know what I mean? And it's just like, it just makes it, you guys have to maneuver around the laser or kill the ship. That's another thing I was thinking of. Chaser controller, what's going on here? So enemy controller. What is the issue here? It's like there is an enemy spawner now. Enemy speed, bonus drop chance. Instead of a laser, make it multiple projectiles that vary in speed. Look, I'm not gonna get too sophisticated with this, alright? Yeah, normally the quick fix never fixes it. Normally the quick fix never actually fixes the problem. Something just broke. So type or namespace name enemy spawner, which is clearly listed right here. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, that's the problem. So it needs the camera. It needs the camera. It needs the ship. And then it doesn't need an enemy. It doesn't need an enemy for now. Or is that not the issue? God damn it. It's like I've clearly got an object called enemy spawner. So just remove that. What is going on here? So find first object by type enemy spawner. Okay. Yeah. What is the issue? Yeah, what the fuck? Ship controller. It's like, what's funny is that when I was doing some stuff off camera, I never ran into this many problems. I was just like, yeah, I was feeling pretty good with the tweaks I was making. And now that I'm like trying to actually do shit on stream, everything just goes wrong. Why is this different from Score Manager? Why is this different from calling a reference to Score Manager? Spawner.decrement. It's clearly called enemy spawner. Enemy spawner cannot be found. Are you missing a directive? What happens if I play the game? It's like, for some reason, Unity isn't saying that there's anything wrong. Well, actually, no, nothing should spawn. Yeah, nothing should spawn because this thing's... So if I take prefabs, if I toss this in here... Yeah, see, now it should... Yeah. And if I take that away, no enemy should be spawning. So, like, if I make a new enemy... Yeah, why? What the fuck is going on? Why is it having... Let me close this. Alright, there you go. Yeah, I knew something wasn't wrong. I knew it was all correct. Jesus. That's... VS Code making me question everything. Okay, so what needs to be... What was I even doing? I think we were setting the stage for having new, like... For making this into a prefab. Yeah, so this should now be a prefab. And then this... It takes overrides. So basically, when I spawn one in, I need to fill in the references myself. Which, I'm not sure if that's, like, the best way to do it. I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it. Oh, shit. Here's another thing. Here's another thing. Do I need this camera? One second, let me, like, undo this. Keep in mind, I learned about prefabs, like, yesterday. That's why like, we've come back to... That's why I put off, like, coming back to this. Because I knew prefabs were gonna be very important for this. But then I was just like, oh, wait, I don't really know how to properly use them. I was like, do I actually need a reference to the camera here? Because I want to say there's a way to... You can just get, like, the camera. So if I say, like, camera cam, and then void... Let's try doing this with a background. Is it that easy? Because, like, there's always an element called the main camera. It has a special keyword it's identified under, as far as I know. Let's give it a try. That looks completely fine. Like I said, the enemies are currently disabled at the moment. It's just that you would have to instantiate that variable at the very beginning. So enemy spawner. So I don't need this. So camera.main. And then this should still work as well. This should also still work. Yeah, it looks like it is still working. Let me go into the enemy spawner and just add the chaser. Yeah, there we go. I'm noticing they're not dropping... You gonna drop the item? Might be just getting really unlucky. It's a 0.2% chance I've got it set to. Either that or we're having some layer problems. Which we shouldn't be. Let me check the enemy. Let's set that to 1. I want to be absolutely sure it's still working. Okay, yeah, I was only getting, like, really unlucky. Yeah, I was just getting really unlucky. I was like... I was really unsure if it was working or not. Alright, so that removes a reference to that. Enemy spawner. Would this only need... One second, let me try this. Okay, give me this. So I shouldn't need to actually use the serialized field to identify it. Let's see if this works without any consequences. I don't know, everything is built on good foundation. I want to see if I can make a prefab for this enemy spawner. I want to turn this enemy spawner to a prefab where it's configured to essentially spawn whatever enemies I want. Now, when this thing stops, or when I die, will it generate an error? No, it doesn't. Did it just, what was that? Variable enemy of enemy spawner has not been assigned. Enemy spawner line 52. So this is the variable of enemy spawner has not been assigned. Which file was this? Line 52. Oh, right, because that's not filled in yet. Because, again, basically when I turn this into a prefab, I'm going to decide which enemy this is going to be. Yeah, it's like what I can essentially do. It's like you don't need to make a spawn box. You don't need to make a box for the enemies to spawn in. You can literally just make a line. So we make a line that's off-screen from the game, and then essentially we just make any... We take, like, any point that's between the 2 points, like the 2 endpoints of that line, and we determine, like, and we just make an enemy spawn in any part of that line. That's kind of what we have to do. Also, what I'm gonna do, I think I had a debug line, because I needed to remind myself how the enemy spawned in the first place. So I had a debug line that showed me, like, the coordinates of when the enemy spawned. So, enemy spawn, or it's like... Where did it show? Yeah, it was this line here. We get rid of that. We don't need that line for now. Alright, so this enemy spawner now has only one reference, which is called enemy. So currently, it's spawned with... I don't know, I'm thinking like... How can I make this more modular for the enemy spawner? And also, how would I get any point that's between the 2 points? Like, how would I get any... Like, basically, I guess, like, what I'm asking is, like, how would I get an enemy to say, like, as long as you were on this line, spawn that enemy? Or, like, wherever you spawn this enemy, it needs to be touching this line that I have established. It's kind of like that. So new vector. So I had like this is a debug function that shows me like the line for where the chasers spawn. The height above camera. Spawn width. This is like 50. Yeah, that's a good question. Trying to figure out where that's meant to appear. Yeah, if anybody's new watching this stream, I don't actually know everything about Unity. I kind of do these streams primarily to learn shit. So enemy count, max amounts. Spawn width is 40. Wanted to make slightly more progress than this. So 70, height above camera. New vector 3. I don't know, I need to be able to, when I make this prefab, I need to be able to establish this line wherever I want. And it's like, how do you get any point that's between these two lines? That is the question. Well, how did I get it before? Like, if I look back at the enemy spawner, if I wanted to spawn an enemy, this is a bit more hard-coded than it looks. I don't know. I guess it's like, what I could do, I could easily just copy this line and like replace the values to be negative. I'd have to make a new script. Actually, wait. Would it be as simple as this? So height above camera. Whoa, wait. Hold up. Let me try something. Let's say we have enemies spawning. Oh, whoops. Okay, that's interesting. I'm not really sure why I did get rid of the other line. So I could theoretically, I could do that if I want enemies spawning below me now. Actually, whoa. What the fuck? Oh, right, that's like enemy spawners. I was about to say, I was like, what the hell was that? So I put in like -50. That's why there was so many, that's why there was like another line. That's why they looked like there were two. And then I can move it back up to here. See? Alright, that's good to know. That's an interesting piece of information. It's like, I guess like what I would do, if the simplest way to do this is to make two prefabs. There's essentially a horizontal enemy spawner, and there's a vertical enemy spawner. The camera is never gonna move. The actual camera is never gonna move. There's an illusion that the camera's moving, but it's actually not. So what I could also do is just make another line that's like kind of here, and is of the length of like this, which looks to be about 80 units. So what is this? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. So I need to go 80 units. So if I wanted to make a new spawner, I would need to have it go 80 units this way. I don't know, but if I want to make this like, if I want to make it make more sense and like only do this with less work, I would need to figure out how to change like the position of these two lines. So height above camera, spawn width. So here's how... I don't know, it's either that or I just have to make two entirely different scripts. But like the two scripts will be kind of similar to each other. That's why I'm thinking of like, there has to be a more clever way to just combine the two. Huh. Or I change the entire functionality of the spawner anyway. Wait, I'm thinking about this. There could be a better way to do this. Like a much more easily configurable way of doing this. You know what I mean? It's like, I think maybe the bulk of this stream might revolve around how this enemy spawner works. Because I'm like thinking there could be a much more sophisticated and clever way to do this. Because like, I think as long as we have omnidirectional shooting, I think it would be fine if like enemies spawn from almost any direction. I guess similar to asteroids. I guess it starts to become similar to asteroids in that sense. So what I'm thinking of doing, it's like, I need to pick a point that is further away, that is outside like this X value, and these two Y values. So it's kind of like, here's what would have to happen. It's like, you pick a value that is outside of, say, Y40 and X value 80. So like, let's say 80, let's say like X90, Y50. Let's say like we have an enemy spawn here. That's a fair place to spawn the enemy. Like I can make an entire box. I can make an entire box outside. Like kind of a frame. It'd be kind of like a spawn frame. And then I could also control what mobs spawn from that frame. Control what mobs spawn from that frame and where in the frame they're gonna spawn. It's something like that. So it's like right value, spawn width, god damn. Yeah, that is difficult to think about. Yeah, that is very difficult to think about. I don't know. It's like it's difficult. It's like there's a lot of logic that goes into that, to the point where I'm like, maybe I should come back to that later and try something different. Because like, I could give this a shot, because I wanted to say that I wanted to like make new bullets. I wanted to make new bullets. Can I change the color of this? Yeah, I could. But it's like, it'll be like green and then like... and like orange, I guess. Yeah, that could be interesting too. So if I wanted to determine what kind of bullets were fired out of the ship, I'm thinking of like, there'll need to be like a set of Boolean values for the ship controller. I want to try to do this in the least with like the least number of files as possible, because you could theoretically make like 3. You could make like 3 of them. You could make 3 different scripts for that. Where's the bullet created? Instantiate bullet. Set active to true. And then like, what else would you be able to do here? Set color. You need like a reference to its sprite renderer. I don't know, so if you instantiate a bullet, yeah, now I'm kind of just jumping around because I'm kind of stumped in a couple places on how you would do something like this. Enemy spawner, spawn width. Because like, this is a very specific use case, what we made here. It's like, I might have to redo the enemy spawner, because it doesn't exactly accomplish what I want. Spawn time. So spawn time is fine. The max count, that's fine too. Yeah, I'm just very torn on the design part of this, because I'm just like, oh, do I want the chaser to appear only at the top? Maybe I don't want it to appear only at the top, because then you have to change how the enemy spawner functions. Not to mention, the rotation of the spawner does not matter because of where the line is being drawn. So spawn with height above camera. It's like you need to create a box. I need to create a frame of some kind. So let me think about what values I need here. Let me think about what value. So actually, one second. Let me show you what I mean. Let me show you what I mean. So let's say this is the camera. Let's say this is the camera. What I need the coordinates here. Like I need the coordinates that are like slightly outside of this. And like in the main camera's perspective, this is let's work with positive values for now. See, this is these are the edges of the camera. This is the edge of the camera. I'm trying to explain this as best as I can of like what I'm thinking about here. So we have like 0, -40, and then we have -80, 0. I'm back. I'm just like rationalizing what I want to do with this enemy spawner. So like, we need to know the edges of the camera. We need these points, which we do know these points. So we'll have to implement them into the spawner. Because I want to redo it in a sense that it's not just a line at the top. I want it to be like a modular space outside of the camera's view. Outside of the camera's view, where I can just make whatever enemy I want spawn from there. Kind of like that. I don't know, it sounds pretty advanced. I think like at minimum, let's say we have like a space that's kind of like 20 units in length, in width, that act as like where the area where the enemies spawn. Actually, just for good measure, like in case I ever make any specifically large enemies, let's say this is 120, 0. So it's kind of like we need to draw a box. We need to draw a box around the... We need to draw a box around the camera. Which, like, let me try to do that right now. The music has stopped. It's doing it did the thing with, like, the playlist. Let me just make, like, a new function called void. So what I'm gonna need, let me just like copy this vector 4 times over. So what coordinates do I need here? So if I wanted to go like 40 blocks above the camera, like 40 units above the camera, we would be at like 80. So that would mean, like, up here, this is 120, 80. Okay, that's a start. Camera coordinates times 1.5. That is actually a very interesting way of looking at it, too. Like, multiplying the camera coordinates by something? Is that? Well, the problem is, the thing about the camera coordinates is that the camera object doesn't store the values. The camera object does not store these values. Like, the only camera position that we know that's in respect to the camera is its origin point. Like, the camera's position is always determined by, like, the center of where the camera is. If that makes sense. Like, if I highlight the camera right now, it shows me position 0, 0. It doesn't show me what coordinate this is. It does not show me what coordinate this is. It does not show me what coordinate this is, as far as I can tell. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, so we'll have to do things a little differently. I don't know. It's kind of like inside the enemy spawner. I'd have to store the width and height of the camera. I'd have to maintain what the width and the height of the camera are. So, like, for now, let's, what the fuck is that? What the fuck did I just generate there? Let me just make this. Or no, it's, that's not how this is gonna work. Let's just make another space down here. So, let's say float, camera... So vector 3, camera, God, I don't even know what values I want to store. I'm like thinking about that too, because there's a lot going through my mind on how I want to approach this. Let me first start by hard coding it. So draw the following value. I want you to start at -120 and then 80. You're going to draw a line to 120, 80. Then what you're going to do, you're going to take this value. You're going to take this value and then draw this to -80. Now what's going to happen is that we need to take this vector and we now need to go down to -120, -80. So now we're at -120. So let me just make sure. I'm trying to visualize this. So we've gone right, we've then gone down, we've then gone left, now we need to go up. Which obviously gives us the value that we began with. So just draw me the new box. Draw me the new box that we have here. But obviously I'll need to figure out like how to specifically understand what values those are. Like, specifically, like, add more modular values rather than hard-coding it in. So let me just, like, turn this off. Don't spawn enemies for now. Alright, so this should draw a box around the entire camera. That's, like, that gives us a little bit of room. Or not. Oh, shit. It's always that semicolon, isn't it? It's always the fucking semicolon. That's what we're looking for, see? What the fuck? Oh, it's having problems with spawning an enemy. Alright, let me just make it happy by doing that. I think that's why the game froze. Which, like, I don't remember the game doing that. Yeah, see? Now, currently the value is -50, so it's now spawning from the bottom. So, essentially what needs to happen... What needs to happen is that any value that is, or... I need any coordinate that is within these... Oh, god damn it. It's like you need to have the game running to see this. You need to have any value between here and here. So I need to think about what coordinates lie between these 2 points. Where anything in this space is fair game. And then, like, if we get that part down, then we need to start adding ways to weigh which parts of the box enemies will spawn from. More, like, what type of enemy will spawn from, where, and how much of that enemy will spawn from that space. And it'll all be operated from one spawner. One very, very, very modular spawner. Rather than making a bunch of different spawners that, like, you know, like, this spawner spawns only these enemies, this spawner only spawns these enemies. Obviously, in a game like this, that isn't that intensive, you wouldn't really need to do something like that. You wouldn't really need something like that. But I want to do it. I want to try to do it. So I'm, like, thinking about what... Well, actually, no. Here's the thing. We could honestly just say, spawn anywhere along this line. Spawn, wherever the enemy spawns, it just needs to be touching this line. It needs to spawn on top of this line that's been created here. So, now I need to think about what values... What values does that rely on? Because, like, I can make different spaces of this box, probably, like, spawn different enemies, if that makes sense. I feel like I could do that. So here's what we can do. So remove references. What if we made, let's make something called chaser spawner parameters. God, this is so weird. This is like a really intricate... I feel like what I'm trying to make here is very, very intricate. So it's essentially like pick any coordinate that is on this line. That is essentially what I want it to initially do. So I could have like a function that spawns the enemy in the first place. But I need a way to calculate like which position do I want the enemy to be more weighted to spawn to. God, I can't words right now. Like, I'm like thinking about what this would do. So spawn time. I have an idea. And what would be the idea? It's a little complex. I'm not imagining the solution to this is easy. Like, I honestly think the easier solution is just making a bunch of different spawners. A bunch of different spawners that all function, like, that all have slightly different functionality. I think this level of complexity is a lot for just a game like this. It's like spawn enemy. It's gonna check like how many to spawn. It'll try to avoid being above a certain count for that specific enemy. You might need to choose randomly which side to spawn on, then perform an action based on which side chosen. I see. And then it's like, I gotta determine which enemy to spawn. That's another thing. Because again, we're planning to have more than one enemy. We're planning to have more than one enemy. Huh. God, it's like every time I think about it, my mind just says make different spawners. If you plan to have different enemies spawn on different sides, it becomes even more complex. Well, the solution is just to make a different enemy spawner, like a different spawner. That's the only way you would be able to fix that. Not that I see. It's like, I think the easiest, we might just have to go with the easiest solution here. There might be some really, really elegant solution that I just am not perceiving. But that might be the, just making different spawners and putting them on the sides. Might be the only solution. Or might be like the quickest solution. Alright, so what that would mean is that I have to change this back to Chaser Spawner. I have to rename this back to Chaser Spawn. You can take a list of what sides an enemy can spawn on, then choose a random one from the items in the list. God, that's... yeah, that sounds so AIDS. That does sound so... That's like, this is starting to sound really AIDS. Huh. So we... Let me take a look at how the enemy spawner functions in the first place. I'm not sure what plans you have for where the enemies spawn. It's like, I guess it could depend on the enemy. It's like the... So the chasers would initially spawn from the top. And then sometimes they could spawn from the side or even from the bottom. That's why I was thinking, like, could there be a way to make one spawner that that gave me full modular control over like where the enemies spawn throughout the level? That's why I was like imagining what this. That's why I was like staring at this box. That's why I was thinking about this box and how this thing functions. Yeah, it's like right now, I think this thing has like the very, very, very bare bones of being a game. Like it doesn't crash. It starts, you have a score, you die, and the game properly resets without any problems. So technically this game is kind of, it technically is fully functioning, but I'm like, no, let's keep going further with this. I don't know, I'll probably push it to GitHub, because I think this is like a good starting version of the game. I'm just like thinking, this spawner could be like a really interesting idea. So height above camera, spawn width, spawn time, enemy max count. So it's like maybe it has to keep track of like the total number of enemies. sometimes I just have like a complete like flood of different ideas that are kind of jumbled up in my head, where I'm thinking like, oh, maybe it could be like this, or maybe it could be like this, or maybe it should do this. I need more water. I need more water for this. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Ah, Jesus. Okay. So I don't really know much more than what I did before I left. I don't know, start us up. Maybe your idea could work as well, where it's like I take a certain side. And I'm just like, yeah, spawn it there. All right, let's actually like do something though. Let's actually do something. So this is 40. This is 80. I guess like what I would need is the values. If you don't want any other spawning places other than the if you don't want any other spawning places than the 4 sides, it shouldn't be that hard. Yeah, I don't know. It's like it would also. So the thing is that there are some enemies that I was thinking of having that would have certain trajectories that would be weird. Like, let's say an enemy kind of curves in like this. Curves in like this. I wouldn't want the enemy spawning at like the bottom of the screen. Then it's just like not even gonna be on screen when it does its attack. It's not even gonna be on screen if it does its attack at that point. So it's like I need to. Some enemies, depending on how they behave, I would want them to spawn in like a certain spot. Because I think it would hurt how the enemy functioned if it spawned in like the wrong spot. If that makes sense. So here's like spawn width. Height above camera is 50. Alright, so I think I don't need... These 3 values can stay. These 3 values can stay for now. In fact, I'm gonna put them under this. I was thinking more modular than that. Okay, serialize. Float. The spawning method would take what side it spawns on. I'm not sure what you mean. So vector 3 random position. Instantiate them at this random position. Height above camera. Is spawning enemies not a method you call? Well, I have this. So this is a function called spawn enemy. Oh, so you're saying that we have like the 4 sides established, and the side that it spawns on is passed in as an argument. Was that what you were saying? That's like an interesting way to do it as well. Yes, okay. That's what I figured. Huh. Oh, I guess we also get into, we run into an issue where it's like, if we want to spawn, like, multiple different types of enemies, if we want to spawn, like, multiple different types of enemies, it would have to happen one at a time. Well, I don't even know if, like, it'd be noticeable. I'm not even sure if it'd be noticeable in game. That's another thing you have to think about. Ah, oh, Jesus Christ. Holy shit, that's another thing you'd have to think about. So it's like... Man, it might actually come back to... No, wait, hold up. I don't know, unless, like, the enemy type is... No, you can't do that either. Unless the enemy is also passed in as an argument, but I don't think that would work either. Again, I want to actually do something here. Because, like, I just really feel like there's a solution in here where it's like, yeah, we can have only one spawner that does all this. Pass in a value for how many times to spawn that enemy. That's true as well. That is true as well. It's, I think the spawner is gonna have to get its own fucking list. It's gonna have to get its own list of shit. First off, I want to establish some like new values here. This isn't a vector 3. It's like, what would I even call this variable? Camera... No, that's a dumb name. In my Scratch games, there are usually a couple projectile/enemy types. All the variations are controlled by input parameters. So, camera... It's like it's not really called camera height. What would I call this? So usually I have a projectile creation method that takes like 12 numbers. It takes like 12 different parameters. Camera roof. So there's like camera edge. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's well, okay, to be fair, you don't need this because like you could just get the negative version. You don't need that. So camera edge X. What the fuck is that? Actually, wait, why is it not letting me do that? What? When is it? How long does it have to be that way? Wait, what the fuck? When did it need to be like that? Is that the problem? One second. Well, I want to make sure that removing that didn't break anything. I don't know, it's like there were two different things. Let me just make sure they didn't break anything. Okay, the game is still functioning. It's because of the directive. So new vector 3. Which would be 0. No, this would be 120. No, what's the distance here? 80. So 80F 0 0. And then we need the cameras. It's like you can't, there's no like other way to get this value. You just have to do it this way. Because these coordinates aren't stored anywhere. These coordinates aren't stored anywhere in the camera's object. And then for Y, we need 40F. So I know we need these two values. We definitely need these two values. And then I'm gonna need a value called offset from camera. Because like we're gonna use the line. We're gonna use that line as the determinant for where the enemy is gonna spawn. Yeah, we're gonna end up breaking some things here. Yeah, it's like it can't include any values between like 40 and negative 40. So when it tries to spawn an enemy, it's going to need to pick an X value between 80 and 120. Or negative 80 and negative 120. Well, no, if it spawns down here, then yes, it would be okay to pick one of these Y values. Jesus Christ, that's so weird. Then it would be allowed to pick one of those values. Yeah, it is like super, it's super strange. We're essentially making like, oh shit, the camera. One second. It is weird. It's like we have to make a... You have to make like a frame around a space. And the enemies will only spawn along that... Well, no, wait, hold on. I'm so stupid. No, it doesn't need to be between these values. It needs to be like a value like... Pick either left or right, or positive, or top or bottom. Okay. I know we've been stuck on this for a very long time. I think we've been stuck on this for like at least a half hour now. But it's like, I just think this idea, I feel like I'm grasping at some interesting idea here, where we could like cut off a lot of our work here. What's the saying? It's like, programmers spend hours trying to save themselves 5 minutes. I just think that there's some really interesting like way to, like really elegant way to do this. Yeah, so it starts with this. So we have the camera edge that shows like 80, and then camera edge Y is that. It's like these values don't need to be serialized either. So then what needs to happen, I'm like thinking about it, give me a second. So the enemy needs to spawn... So it's gonna need to, like you said, it's gonna need to pick a side. It's going to need to determine if this is negative or not. Can I just do like random range -1? Well, yeah, I can't pick a... I can't pick between them. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna need to make a new function. So if I wanted to determine if this is gonna be negative or not, so let's call it determine negative vector. And this is going to be returning an int. So it needs to return 1 or -1 depending on this. Because I'm not sure if there's a better way to do that. Because, like, I need it to be exactly 1 or -1. Because that's the... Wait, is there a better way to do this? Dude, this this issue is gonna drive me insane. This issue is gonna drive me absolutely insane. One second, let me take a look at this again. If you choose between 1 and -1, it could be 0 unless I'm reading it wrong. Well, yeah, that's the other thing too. But like I use an if statement to determine like if it's greater than or less than 1, which I think like no, this function sounds stupid. Let me turn on the game. Either 0 or 1 or multiply by 2. So I'm like staring at this about like the potential values that are meant to be picked here. Oh, whoops. The -120 and 120. We might go with, like, what you mentioned about, like, oh, it randomly picks a side. That might be less of a headache. And it's like, that would determine, like, the range. God, that's... Man, that's so weird. Well, no, it shouldn't feel weird. It's I feel like this isn't that bad. So 120, -120 to 120. 80 to -80. It's like if we want to spawn an enemy from the top, I ask the system to pick a number between -120 and 120. And then I know the vector is going to be at what is this? 80? Yeah, 80. That's kind of like a basic example. Game object. Increment any enemy counter. Yeah, I think, like, the values in here are what need to be changed. Like, these 4 lines need to be changed. So, we have, like, a spawn count. We'll call this camera offset. Or no, distance from camera. Difference from camera, distance from camera edge. Which is going to be 40. And it's like, we'll probably need to get, we probably won't need spawn width at that point. It probably would have been easier just to make fucking four sides of enemy spawners rather than one special enemy spawner. But like, you know what? I'm kind of full committed to this. I think this is an interesting idea. Spawn with height above camera. Let me just start by getting one to spawn on like the top. Let's just start with that. We need to break these down in, like into smaller tasks. So I don't think we need spawn width. I don't think that value is needed anymore. So we need to determine like a new random position. So it's like, simply put, one second, I'm like staring at this. I know it's like very cumbersome. All right, there we go. I don't think this needs to be a vector. I think this could just be a float. So float. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know if this is even necessary, but I'll make these consts because these values should never change. We always know that the value is 80. We always know the value is 40. There will never be a situation where it's anything different. What the fuck? Why is it playing that track again? Okay, whatever. The playlist does not function correctly, like ever. So I don't think I need this. Spawn increment. Get rid of that. Spawn enemy. Alright, so we need a random position. So if I wanted to say just spawn an enemy from the top, I would need to have Y, I would need to have the Y value, which is just 80. And then I need a random value between, the distance to camera edge X plus distance from camera edge. So let's just call it spawn X. So spawn Unity engine dot rand dot range. What this needs to be is distance from camera edge. I need a random value. I need like the negative version of this, by the way. I guess I could take the sum initially. So distance to camera edge, distance from camera edge. So I need that. And then I need the negative value of this. Spawn line X. Spawn line X. What is your issue with that? Oh, I see. Okay, so theoretically, that should spawn the enemies up top. We don't need this function anymore. Like, this is just to give me an idea, because we can't... The more I sit and ponder about it, it's like the more my thoughts are just gonna get confused. Did the playlist stop again? Why? Why? Oh, I think it actually went through every track I had. I had like 50 tracks in there. Did we actually already go through them? Jesus. Oh no, a dreaded semicolon is missing. A semicolon has fallen into the river. And where would that be? Oh, no, I just didn't save it. Yeah, so theoretically, they should spawn along this line. Atomic Meat, welcome back. Currently, we are doing some shenanigans inside Unity. If you've ever used like a game engine in your life, which if you've ever wanted to make a video game, I don't know, it's like you can't go too, it's like Unity's fine. Alright, well, it does work. And what's also super cool is that if I were to take the enemy spawner distance, I can now make the distance smaller. The distance is now, I can now configure the distance. I think like 40 might be a little far. All right, Nile Red, enough yapping. What do you mean? Distance from camera. Oh, right, it's Yeah, I'm gonna need to like redo this, aren't I? So distance to camera edge plus distance from camera edge, distance for Y plus distance. All right, so now what I gotta do is I need to change every instance here into X. Yeah. Why are your rooms so not bright? Because I'm doing very important things. And when I do important shit, I have everything in dark mode. All right. Yeah, hire me as a tool developer, goddamn. I'm making the perfect debugging tool here. Yeah, it's like, apparently tool developer is actually like a thing you can do. It's actually like a thing you can do as a position. You just make all like the foundational, like, you make all like the foundational code for making games. That'd be kind of neat. What is this game? It's a game of my own creation. It's, if you ever played Xevious or Galaga or any like top-down shooter, it's very straightforward. See, it's like spawning enemies. Okay, see, now the box is actually like configurable. Hey, this is Unity 6, not Unity. So if I did like 10, yeah, see, now the box is even smaller. Well, actually, wait, why is... That's a bit peculiar. Why does the rectangle look like that? Float Y. $40 plus 40 is 80. Let me set this back to 40. Yeah, why is this like slightly bigger? 40 plus 40 is clearly 492. That does look a little odd. Why is that like that? Did I miscalculate something here? Oh, shit. This value is supposed to be 70. That's why. I got that value wrong the entire time. Isn't set to 492? I appreciate your outside the box thinking. Unfortunately, it misses the mark entirely. Let me check this now. Alright, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So now what needs to happen is that I need to somehow get it so it can choose from any side of the... from any different segment. So it's right now it's only choosing from this range. Why arrow go in straight line? Is this the game? I don't know what you mean. So I need to somehow decide how it's going to choose among these 4 different sides to spawn the enemies from. I think I'm gonna need to turn up the enemy spawning. Because like the enemy spawning seems like really easy. So enemy spawner, spawn time. I think like set this to like 0.3. Yeah, there we go. Now we got some new stuff. Yeah, it's like some of the guys are faster than others. And eventually, like, we'll add new bullets that give you more stuff. And it's like, what I'm thinking is, like, between waves, I think there's a function that shuffles the list. Really? 1 second. Shuffle. You can use array sort. You can use the shuffling algorithm. The Newth shuffle. What the fuck? There's something called the Newth shuffle, which I'm like, what the fuck is this? I've never heard of such a technique. Am I ready for this? Am I ready for such a technique? The Fisher-Yates shuffle. It's an algorithm for shuffling a finite sequence. The algorithm takes a list of all the elements in a sequence, continually determines the next element in the shuffled sequence by randomly drawing an element from the list until no elements remain. The algorithm produces an unbiased permutation. Every permutation is equally likely. The modern version of the algorithm takes time proportional to the number of items being shuffled and shuffles them in place. So this thing is called the Fisher-Yates shuffle. I've never heard of this. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I mean, it seems useful. Did you make the enemy ship and background yourself? I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. What the hell is that? I don't know, I'll send the, 1 second, let me send, so this is what I think we're supposed to be using. I just sent it in the YouTube chat. My message didn't go through. Let me send it in Discord. I sent a Wikipedia link in the YouTube chat. This is what I found about, like, shuffling stuff. I found it in a Unity discussion. I think this is what we want. Yeah, I made all the sprites myself. I thought it'd be fun to. I also want to say that this is like, it's gonna make sure it only spawns, only 12 enemies can be on screen at a time. At least like for chasers. There'll only be 12 chasers on screen at a time. I don't know, it's like, I want it to be able to, I think it'll primarily be spawning this enemy. What imaginary planet is that? I don't know, it could be whatever you want it to be. Alright? Like, did you ever play an arcade game and you ever wondered the lore? Oh, fuck. Alright. I might make the reset time a little shorter. I posted it? Let me take a look. List name.order by i.ran.next to list. Okay, interesting. Thanks. I'll just, I'll keep that there. So order by, I don't know if there's a function called order by. I mean, there are lists. There are lists in C#. Oh, it's a C# line. Okay, then. Because, like, I don't know everything about C# either. I haven't had a reason to use a list. So I'm thinking, like, do I just want to number? Do I just want to number the sides? Like, you know, just pick a number between 1 through 4, and then I make a switch statement? I just make a switch statement? That's like the easiest solution I can think of. It's like we just have a list that has the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. We shuffle the list, take the first element, whatever that number is, we run it in a switch statement, and just determine we have all 4 cases. We'll just use all 4 cases on how to spawn the enemy from there. I don't know. When you creating Minecraft 2.0? Well, okay. Like, I've seen, you can find plenty of that on YouTube. You can find plenty of that on YouTube. I'm not quite there yet. I'm not quite there. I'm gonna have to go. I don't know if I'll be able to chat, but I'll be watching the stream. All right, that's fine. I'll be on my own for this part. But thank you for this code snippet. All right, very newbie. Hey, I didn't know everything about Unity. All right, so list Just make a list of integers. We'll call it side selection. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that not how that works? Oh, is it like new list? Yeah, okay, that was the problem. So I guess it will be something like this. So we'll see if this code, we'll see if this thing is correct. So spawn enemy, it's clearly 1, 2, 3, 5. Well, it's like, it's not like it matters that heavily. So if ship is not destroyed, we're gonna need to determine how many enemies to spawn, which it doesn't really matter when this value happens. There is no method called order by. There is no method called order by. Well, let me show me the Fisher-Yates shuffle. Show me the Fisher-Yates shuffle. Yeah, apparently order by is not a C# function. 1 second, so... Order by is not a function that you call on a collection. Would it allow me to use this? Main does not exist in the current context. I don't know, this is getting too weird. I don't know if I want to do this. Got it from ChatGPT? I don't know where Start a Cell got it from. Told me that it was part of C# code, but it doesn't seem to be. I don't know. It's like, a part of me is just like... Alright, here's what we're gonna do. God, but it's like, I have a way I could do it, but it sounds really unintuitive. That sounds really, really unintuitive. What genre is your game gonna be? It's just a shooter. It's just a top-down shooter. It's not like, I'm not gonna think too deeply about its genre. It's a game that I believe I could feasibly make. And I don't have any intention to sell this. Like, I just thought it was fun to document. I have a very cursed setup to watch the stream. Yeah, it was like this, what you just sent me didn't seem to work. Or it's like that line of code didn't seem to make sense to Unity. So it's like main.ran.next. Well, it's like, when I added this library, I guess it helped. But I was like, is there a better way to do that? I don't know, a part of me is just like, pick a random number from 1 through 4. A part of me is just thinking, pick a random number from 1 through 4, and then we'll just go from there. You know what I mean? So like int side selection. It's because main references the main Terraria class. Okay. All right. So side selection. Wait, where is side selection being referenced? Oh no, it's not being. I made sure I removed it. So it should pick a random number between 1 through 4. In fact, I'm going to debug. I just want to confirm that. Like, it doesn't do, so it doesn't do anything weird. Sorry about that. Yeah, you're fine. Now, the issue is, this is, we want a way so that there's, like, certain bias towards a certain side. That's another thing we need to do. There needs to be a way to have certain biases towards certain sides. Because, like, certain enemies will spawn primarily on one side, but maybe occasionally spawn on other sides. I don't know. I know this sounds, like, really, really aggressively, like, complex. That's gonna be hard. Yeah, I know this sounds like this is getting way more sophisticated than it probably should be. 0.4. I have an idea relating to bell curves. What, are we going into, like, statistics here? I think 0.4 is perfectly fine for these guys. Actually, 0.4 might be a little overwhelming. I don't know. It's like, unless we're able to, like, get power-ups and stuff. Oh, shit. I might need to make the, hitbox. Let me make the hitbox for the ship smaller to compensate. So, which part of this kills the ship? So, on trigger enter by an enemy. Yeah, another idea is to have a chance to re-roll the side if it's not what you want. Alright, there we go. Let me make it like a cleaner number. Alright, so now you have all the room you want. There's your like good collider. You have the Toho hitbox. It's like I should have like less problems like sliding through the enemies. Because I'm thinking like how many enemies are gonna be on the screen when we're doing this? Like because like obviously there's supposed to be upgrades to the guns. There's supposed to be upgrades to the guns. So it's like you're not supposed you should be once I like implement like better versions of the weapons in this game, like you should have an easier time in this. For now it's like you have this like shitty initial gun. You have this shitty initial shooter. I might make a time I might make a time limit for how long these items stick around. Like I think what I was thinking of doing, it's gonna be a crowd management control game. Yeah, you'll get like some items that I guess it'll depend. It'll depend on what's happening. Like there'll be I kind of want to implement like several different types of weapons, and they'll be better in certain situations. Like you might be fighting like one large enemy, so you need like something that's like a good single target attack thing. I don't know. I haven't even implemented health yet. That's something that's a little far off. I don't think health would be terribly difficult to implement in this anyway. I think this enemy spawner might be the hardest thing we have to implement. This might be the hardest thing we've had to implement. Yeah, let me check something about, like, Unity. Huh. I've never implemented health into any of my games. So, basically, my idea for like, the players... my idea for the health system, quote unquote, in this game, we're gonna follow Super Mario rules. So basically, you get a power up. When you pick up a power up, It also shields you from one hit. It will also, so like if you get hit, you lose the power up. If you get hit again without a power up, you die. That's my idea. And so you'll also be able to hold power ups. So you can hold like one power up after you pick up another one. If you pick up another one. Because like I said, there'll be certain situations where you want like a different type of weapon. You want to switch weapons to something else. There'll be certain situations in the game where you want to switch. So, like, you can now strategically hold on to one while you're using your other one. Of course, if you get hurt, you lose the one you're currently holding. If you get hit again, I think you die, and then you also lose the one that you have stocked. So, like, make sure you use it. Or, I don't know. I still haven't decided on that part. Like, if you die, do you want to carry over the thing you have stocked, or do you lose the stocked one? Like, let's say you're carrying two weapons, you have one that's stocked, and then you get hit, you lose your current one, you lose your equipped one, and then you die. Do you lose the one you have stocked, or do you carry it over to your next life? That's another thing. I don't even know if I have a life system in this. I wasn't sure if it was gonna be like, you die, you just die. That's another thing. I haven't even decided on that yet. That's a lot. That's something much further in development. I don't need to think about that right now. What we need to figure out is how the fuck this is gonna work. I'll think about it while I'm taking a piss. 1 second. See, when you drink a lot of water, this is what happens. All right, I'll be back. Okay. I had a reflective piss. Does the camera look fine? Yeah, there we go. It is getting dark. I feel like it's already gotten darker than it normally does. Yeah, it's already pretty dark. What the heck? I did just kind of disappear. It's like if I back up far enough into the camera. Like that. That's pretty good. Oh, the camera's blurry. I mean, like, do you care about, like, the focus of the camera? Do you really care about that? How much does that matter at this point? It's like, I've already, like, forgone good lighting. Because I just like being in the dark sometimes. Okay, so, what we need to do... if we can't see you at all, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you can barely see me at all. This shit doesn't matter. Now... So it's like spawn top. A part of me is like, do I need to make 2 different spawn enemies? Do I need to make 2 different spawn enemy functions? Well, what's crazy is that this could be like called Spawn Chaser. Because like, man, I'm kind of scared. Like, am I gonna have to fit like the logic for all these different enemies into one script? I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know. It's like I can have multiple scripts applied to the same spawner. I can do that. I can have multiple scripts applied to the same Unity object. So like, it's not that big of a deal. I'm gonna get rid of this for now. I don't think this is useful. Okay, so... Sorry, I'm like staring, I'm thinking about like... It's like determine if it's spawning on the top or the bottom. Because like, I like the idea that there are small chances that... it'll spawn on like the sides or the bottom. I like messing with that idea. I like that idea. You may need that switch statement you talked about. Yeah, I'm thinking about how that's going to be implemented. I feel like that's inevitable. That's going to happen. I'm going to use a switch statement. See, like, I wish it was as easy. I wish it was as easy as this. Where I would just say, like, oh, pick a number between -120 and 120. And then pick another number between -80 and 80. But however, we risk the chance of, like, enemies randomly spawning on screen in this space. Let me play the game again. Like, there must be a way. There must be a way, okay? I gotta figure it out. So we choose between these two values, and that determines whether it spawns on this line or not. It may as well come down to just picking a side. It'll force it to pick a side. I have like a bizarre idea, but I have like a really like what the fuck kind of idea, where it's like, oh man, that'd be weird. I don't know, four-way switch statement. Yeah, it'll probably involve something like that. So it's like, what would happen is that I have it like the enemy, you have a coordinate like on the corner, and then like I add a random value. No, I think we end up with the same problem. It's like I add to like the X value to determine like whether it will be, but I think that's still the same thing as the range. We end up in the same situation. Where it's like I somehow need our random pool of values to be among the values on this line. It cannot be anything in here. Like, that is a really, that must be like a leak code question. Like, what the hell? That must be like, if you were taken into like a Unity game dev, like as a senior game dev, and they gave you an interview question, they'd ask you some shit like this. That is like a weird question. that we have already devoted maybe an hour to. We've devoted almost an hour to this. Which again, like, I'm not afraid to. Like, I can do as many dev days of this as I want. Like, notice how this is on a normal DSN live stream day. Like, this is actually gonna be part of the normal schedule now. Like, I like doing this enough that I can actually do this. It's like, if I somehow don't figure this out on camera, I'm probably gonna have to do like some digging around off camera. Figure something else out. I don't know, I think like... It's like, if I can't figure this out soon, I might just switch to like the functionality for like more pickups in the bullets. Because like, I do know what I want to do here. Where it's, well, I think I do. I think I know what I want to do. I don't know, it's like, there's I'm like thinking of like ideas for bullets. For like what kind of bullets I could use. I don't think we'll get to adding more enemies today. I don't think that'll be something I'll do today. Like adding more enemies to this. I want to get the enemy spawner right before I start adding enemies. Might be ugly, but I think it's the play. Alright, so first off, let me just confirm that this works the way it should. I'm noticing it did not... Why is 4 not a number being picked up in this? Is it like... What the heck? Was he just getting like really unlucky, or was like, why did I not see the number 4 anywhere there? Oh, hey, Lane, welcome back. Yeah, that is bizarre. What's going on here? So, if I... Let's try this. Wait, was it always, like, the second value is just not included? Like, it's, the minimum value is inclusive, but the maximum value is exclusive. Was it always that way? I think, actually, you know what? I think the rand method in C++ is like that, too. I kind of forgot about that. Yeah, it's like, the only issue is that there's not really a way to wait to do any weighted stuff. You can't, like, wait, you can't, like, weight it in one's favor. Without, like, things getting really, really ugly in the code base. Not without things getting really, really ugly. Yeah, not without things getting really, really ugly. So... I'm thinking about it. Huh. So 80... Sorry, like, the numbers are floating in my head right now. I'm just still thinking about this. Like, I think I used up all of my Unity know-how in the first stream. Where I kind of, like, built a lot of cool stuff. Which I was just like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. And now we, like, get to some really interesting, complex situations here. Yeah, I'll check back later. I'm not... Yeah, that's fine, Lane. That's totally fine. What is let me also make sure, like, does the Unity random function do anything, any like specific stuff? I just want to make sure. So random.range. So min inclusive, max inclusive. New rec. This is ugly, but I would put a random number generation in for a for loop, then only increment if either. Oh God. What the fuck? Oh, okay. So if you're using floats, it's inclusive, but if you're using integers, it's exclusive. Like it's max exclusive. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's how the rand function works in Unity. That's so weird. It's like it depends on the data type whether it's supposed to whether it'll be like max inclusive or max exclusive. That is so bizarre. Okay. Sorry, I'm like looking at this image too. Wait. This would not be as elegant, but I just want to check something. I don't think this is by no means elegant, but let me try something. One second. I'll explain when I've got it. I want to see what happens if I do this. It's like... basically, instead of like, for the positions, instead of having it spawn along a line, I wonder if I could get like some sort of quadrant behavior. So let's say, like, give me a Y value between 40 and 80. Give me an X value between 80 and 120. Which, like, I have those variables stored. I don't know, like, I just want to see how this behaves if I do this. That would make that would make the that would spawn in a corner. Yeah, let me just see it. And then also give me its, so spawn X, spawn Y, 0. And then I'm also gonna need you to debug this. Spawn position. Yeah, let me just like kind of play around with this. If I'm thinking about it right, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's gonna spawn like in I guess, like, let me just play and see. Show me what you do. Okay. Now let me pause the game and let me take a look at these coordinates. I hope you have a nice day. Welcome back. What's the progress? So we're trying to make a very, very sophisticated enemy spawning system. And it's pretty tricky. How you would be able to do this. So I guess, like, yeah, this would only cover the positive quadrant. In fact, it looks like it's only those four particular squares right there. Yeah. Which is like, I don't know, that's not exactly ideal. Yeah, sorry, I'm still thinking this over. It's like, maybe I'm just coping with, like, the idea, like, oh, is it really just, we're just gonna have to use, like, a switch statement? We'll probably have, like, to have 4 different switch statements. That's gonna create something really ugly. I don't know, I feel like there'll be some... Let's try to reduce the ugliness, okay? Let's find a way to reduce the ugliness here. So let me, like, remove this. We don't need this value. So spawn line Y. I think this was the original thing we had. Yeah, it's probably better to, like, keep that in its own variable. It's easier to read. Alright, restart the game. So this should, like, revert it back to what we had before. Or not. So spawn line Y. The distance to camera, spawn line X. Okay. Distance from camera edge plus distance to camera edge Y. I think this is what we had before. Yeah, let's try it. Yeah, you guys ever heard of the rubber ducky method? That's essentially what I have you all here for. It's essentially where you talk your issues out to her. I don't even know if I still have that rubber duck that I used in like the... Okay, I must have really broken something. Let me read this closely. Float spawn line. So distance from camera edge to camera edge X. Spawn position. What did I do differently? What did I do differently? I was like, I kind of tripped myself up here. What did I just do? So float spawn line. We have the distance from the camera edge plus the distance to camera edge X, which of course is 70. What am I wrote the damn thing. X was negative 120 to 120. Oh, right. It was negative spawn. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was like something did not look right here. I was like, what is going on? I was having like a brain fart. I could not remember what I was supposed to do there. Okay, there we go. All right, let's do this. We have to roll up our sleeves and cast our hands into the filth. So I believe it takes an argument. I don't remember the syntax for this exactly. Is that not... I guess I'm gonna have to pull it up. So C#. Yeah, I did not remember the syntax for the switch statement. Wait, no, I have it. Let me just like write some stuff first. Oh wait, no, I had it. Never mind. Why do I doubt myself? Don't doubt yourself. Never doubt yourself. And then I guess we'll like go we'll go clockwise here. Alright, this is gonna be very, very ugly. So, spawn top, spawn right, spawn bottom, spawn left. So I'm thinking like, does there have to be 4 different functions for this? Does there have to be 4 different functions for this? That's the other question. Oh, please don't. Please don't be the case. I'm thinking like there has to be like one like segment of this that can all be just reused. I just had an idea. I don't know if it'll work. Spitball it. Go ahead. So the ship is not destroyed. What needs to happen now? I guess like this only needs to be like this can be determined even before the switch statement happens. If you spawn on top or bottom, regardless, you use X equals -120 to 120. Perhaps that can be used to make it less complicated. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I'm running out of water again. This is the most water I've drank in weeks. It's like I already kind of knew that. I already kind of knew that part. Because like that's why this segment of code is here, because I already knew this value. I already knew what this value was meant to be, which would be the sum of those two values. And that's why like the X value is the only one that's randomized. It's like there is like a semi-elegant way to like get through this that I'm not seeing. So the range, spawn increment, spawn time, enemy counter, enemy max count. If it's top bottom, randomize X. If it's left right, randomize Y. I see, okay. Not trying to determine which side it is though. I guess that would be based on whatever the side selection is. Because, like, I have spawn top, spawn right, spawn bottom, spawn left. So, like, I guess this number determines whether we be randomizing by left, right, or by X or Y. Okay. Yikes, dude. Holy shit, man. I don't want to like face the fact that like the solution that's in my head is the correct one. Genius idea. Use modulus 2 of the spawn side. What does that accomplish? Modulus 2. Well, I know what modulus is. What does that accomplish? That is kind of loud. Hey, turn that down. Turn that down on the speaker. It's like my AC is being strangely quiet. Float, spawn line X, spawn position, instantiate. If left and right are odd numbers and top and right are even, it tells whether the side is vertical or horizontal. I see, okay. Okay. So I would say, like, these three values, this segment here is going to be different. So, like, hold up, 1 second. So these two things are going to be separated on different if statements. Like these two sections here. Can I do this? No, it doesn't work that way. Or it's like, can I... No, it doesn't look like there's anything that lets you do stuff like that. Wait. I was like, will we still end up with, like... Because, like, we'd also have to know if it's, like, gonna be on, like... If it's gonna be, like... Let's say we want to spawn on the x-axis. We want to spawn on, like, the top or bottom side. We would also need to know if the... If we're spawning at y negative 80 or y 80. We would also have to determine that. Which I'm not sure if that's, like, going down that path is easier or harder. Spawn Y. That would just be if the side number is greater than 2. Top right, bottom left, 1, 2, 3, 4. So switch side selection. It's like otherwise, we'd have to do something like this. So like, let's say these are our 4 edge cases. So like, let me... Is this... Where is this? So vector 3, distance to x. I want to say that's top right. One second. God, I'm getting so lost in my own code. Jesus Christ. Let me just like run the game for a second. Okay, let me have the game paused. So spawn line X is distance from camera edge plus camera to edge X. It's gonna pick a random number between spawn line X and spawn line negative spawn line X and spawn line X. Yeah, this one here is top. Because, like, it's got a flat value for this. I want to say I just need this value to be negative. I'd have to change this value to be negative to be the opposite side. Oh, wait, that counts as being in the scope? Wait, what? Local variable or function is already defined in this scope, but they're like different cases. That shouldn't be happening. God, what the fuck? Man, wow, this is just ridiculous. All right, 1 second. Initialize them with no definition, define them in the switch. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that, and I'm like, that's another, like, stupidly, that's another stupidly messy way to do this. And I'm just like, is this really the only way you can do this? Pick between these two values, pick between these two values. I'm like, is this really the only way this can be done? Jesus, that's so annoying that I'd have to do that. Alright, well that sorts that out. God damn, that is... I don't know, I honestly think... And they can be initialized, they can be like instantiated, or they can be like declared there. Declared is the word I was looking for. Alright, so this is from distance to camera edge. It's gonna choose among an X value. So this case here is top. So this here is distance to camera. Choose between two Y values. This here is right. And then, okay, and this is where we get into the more interesting cases. So we have, this is the same, this should functionally be the same as this one. However, this number needs to be negative. Oh wait, no, what the fuck did I do here? Wait, let me make sure I'm clear with this. So take this part. This should be bottom side. However, what needs to happen is that I think instead this needs to be a minus sign. Because like we're going in the opposite direction. We're going down. My phone is dying. Minus camera edge Y. Actually, wait, hold up. No, it's just, this number should just be made negative. Just make this number negative. That would make things more straightforward. And I guess these need to be in there too. I don't know, if we find any redundant code in here, I'll like see if I can break it down a little more. So instantiate that. We no longer need that there. Alright, yikes. This is a big yikes. Oi. We'll see what this looks like. Let's take a look at what we got here. So, theoretically, it should just start equally randomly distributing the enemies around the box. Theoretically. Presumably, if I'm actually good at programming. It does look like that's what's happening. So now the only issue is I need to somehow weight it so it's more likely to come from the top. I need to somehow like create like a percent chance. It's kind of like, I don't know, like the same way I determined like a bonus, like the pickup item drops. It might be something similar, but it looks like it's working. Yeah, not exactly an elegant solution, but that does look like it's working correctly. Okay. I'm also very bad at this game I've created. One thing I do notice, ship. Just be a Y0. I'm not sure why the ship spawns down there. I think it was back when it was originally just gonna be like Galaga, and I'd just be shooting forward, so I just started my character at the bottom. But like, no, now that we're doing omnidirectional shooting. Honestly, does this if statement need to be where it is? Like, what if I move it up here? Yeah, I think it might be better if we just put that all collectively in there. It's fine. Just get like it's like writing a rough draft. I think we might have spent too much time like thinking it over. We should have actually just slapped something down. But then again, we had like several different ideas for how we were going to approach this. How we wanted to approach this. We had several different ideas. But I feel like, I think like I kept coping with the idea that there might have been like a more elegant solution, which I still believe there could be. But you know what, for a game like this, you don't really need to like have something that elegant. It doesn't, it's like, as long as I keep it readable, I'm gonna have to go back and probably refactor it so it like makes a little more sense to the eyes. I mean, like for now, it does seem like it makes a decent amount of sense. Yeah, I need to somehow weight it so certain enemies spawn on certain sides, which is like kind of its own beast. So maxing out the spawn time, distance from camera edge. Huh. I had an idea for that, kinda. Yeah, I was like thinking like, so I was staring at these 4 like code chunks, and I was like, they all kind of do their own thing. They all kind of do their own thing. I don't think there's really a way to turn that into a function. I think you just had to hard code that. Well, not hard code it. You just had to, you can't make a function to encapsulate all that. There's like too many different things happening in each case. See, okay, here's how you would wait. Here's how you would do a wait. Basically, what I'd have to do is that I'd have to like, in each case, I'd have to like set a chance for it to just cancel the spawn. You know what I mean? That would honestly, so that would, the only like consequence I would expect is this. This value would probably be affected quite a bit. Like the time between spawns. Oh, actually. No, it would never run this. It would never run this value. That'd be so stupid. I'm now starting to see the vision. I'm glad we did write something down. I think I understand what we could do here. So like, since we're using a switch statement, the break function is so we don't go into the other cases and we like pull out of this entire switch statement. What if I put the break earlier? What if I put the break earlier? What I was thinking was that there's 4 sections chosen out of a range from 0 to 1. Yeah, that's also kind of, That one's also kind of, and each section will be 0.25. You want them all to have an equal chance. Hey, wait a minute. Does side selection accept something like this? No, it wouldn't accept something like that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I want to say in other... I want to say I've worked in a language where it did accept something like that. I don't remember what language it was, but I want to say it was able to do... There was a language I used... It might have been Python. Python might have been able to do that. But I don't think C# has something like that. It's like you would have to do an if statement. It would have to be like a series of if statements. So like what I'm thinking is that we instead cancel the spawn. We have a chance of canceling the spawn attempt. So top side, always spawn it if you're gonna put it on the top side. You can put it to case 0. Oh, whoops. Or you put it to case 0, my bad. So it's like, if it's ever case 1, always do case 1. However, with case 2, 3, and 4, case 4 case 4 will probably be the least likely. Let's make a function called cancel chance. Because like I want to say we'll be using this if we want to spawn any other enemies. If we want to spawn any other enemies, we'll also use this function. We'll also be using this function to like wait certain things. I think I finally understand how we can wait this. So let's say I wanted like I'm thinking like what's a good chance here? So Unity float spawn chance. So Unity engine dot random dot range. And then what I gotta do is, let's say, pick a value between 0 and 100. If the value it's also, I think it'll also take a float called cancel chance. So if, and I think this is gonna return this is a bool. This is gonna return a bool. So if the spawn chance is higher than cancel chance, return I'm thinking about how the chance is calculated. So it's like let's say like the cancel chance is like 0.5. I guess like if it's less than, if the spawn chance is less than the cancel chance, oh god, I just thought of something really ugly that would work. If it's really ugly, then I probably don't want to hear it. Then return true. Else return false. So basically, if cancel enemy spawn 0.2f break. This is all you would have to do. Like essentially, if it arrives on case 2, hi Lane, welcome back. If it arrives on case 2, it's gonna run a cancel chance. It's gonna run the cancel chance, which is like, let's say 20%. So if the spawn chance is less than the cancel chance, which means that 20% of the time this should be correct, then it'll return true. Else it'll return false. So if it oh wait a minute. Hold up, let me make sure I understand what I'm doing. Let me make sure I knew what I was doing here. So roll a value between 0 and 100. If it's less than say 0.2, let me just like write it out. What code did I miss? We are basically coding a way to weight how certain enemies spawn and where they spawn on the map. We're like putting down like a weight distribution to determine which side an enemy will spawn on and what position on that side it will spawn on. So essentially what I want to do, I want to make enemies primarily spawn from the top, but some enemies will spawn from the side and the bottom. I don't know if, like, okay, I'm gonna say this now. I don't know how many enemies other than the chasers are gonna do this. Like, I think all the other enemies, I have very specific, like, positions I want them to spawn from. However, if I need it to be any different, I know how I'll do it. I know how I'll do it. I think only the chasers are gonna behave this way. Like, basically, chasers will primarily come from the top of the screen. However, sometimes they'll come from the side and from the bottom to, like, flank you. Like, it'll be kind of a low chance for them to do that. And then there might be, like, some other enemies that'll spawn from, like, the side and the bottom. Or the top, even. I don't know. all this for the chaser enemy. Like, holy shit. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, it's like, I'm thinking about how all this functionality could be extended to, like, other enemies as well. Just want to make sure, just, like, thinking about it. Almost like Minecraft spawning chunks, but they removed spawn chunks in the recent snapshot. Really? Why is that? So, like, point 2, if the spawn chance... I think it's, like, the naming. How I've named these variables is, like, tripping me up. Let's call this is enemy spawn happening. That's a really dumb name. So float, cancel chance. I don't know, I don't really have a good name for this. Spawn chance. Don't call this spawn chance. Spawn chance is confusing. Just look at another YouTuber named Waddles. He broke down the most recent snapshot. Are you making that game you always wanted to make? No, different game. Different game. Kind of has some of the same mechanics, though. Has some mechanics that are kind of similar to it. Very primitive versions of it. Never make your magnum opus first. Don't ever make your magnum opus first. I want to, like, build a... it's like, I have a portfolio. I have, like, a portfolio for me as a software developer. If my portfolio was actually good, I wouldn't be here. And I'd have a job. So what I've been going through this past summer is, like, I wanted to, like, get into game development. I wanted to, like... Maybe have some sort of job as, like, either a QA tester or, like, a Unity developer. So I wanted to build a portfolio. Or, like, completely redo my portfolio. And I thought, like, it'd be a fun, like, way to do it, and also a good incentive to, like, work at this stuff if I just streamed it in front of everybody. If I streamed it in front of my community and, like, documented myself doing it. Yeah, input 4 numbers to decide weights for each side. Choose a random number between 0 and the sum of all the inputs. Chicken jockeys are more rare to spawn after the Lava Chicken music disc was released. Oh. Yeah, 1 second. Input 4 numbers to decide the weights for each side. Choose a random number between 0 and the sum of all the inputs. I'm not sure I entirely follow. 1 second. I'm still, like, trying to figure out, like, a name for this. The ugly part is choosing between the middle. Yeah, exactly. I was like, it sounds like it would just go back to being like, oh, if the value that was rolled is less than or equal to this, which is less than or equal to this, like, that sounds really ugly. Like, I think the switch statement, our switch statement idea was probably the best one we came up with. I think the switch statement idea was probably the cleanest one we could have gotten. I don't think there's any better way to do this. I don't know. Maybe one day, maybe I'll like talk on the Unity Discord. Maybe I'll go send it to the Unity Discord and ask like, how would you approach something like that? Like, there might be some smart people up there to ask. Space Jockey Rider? Yeah, when are they adding space to Minecraft? Well, it's like, when are they gonna add like a heaven dimension? Well, I think they already said they would never do that. But honestly, it'd be really interesting if you went really, really high in Minecraft and there was something up there. That would be really, really interesting to discover. Like, they just hide something up at the top, like a floating island of some kind. Alright, spawn chance. This is gonna be really stupid. So let's just make it A. Let's just name the variable A. All right. So if A is less than the cancel chance, well, that means that. Well, I guess like no. If it's greater than the. No, is enemy spawn happening? If it's less than this, that means it is happening. That means it rolled the lower number and it is happening. Otherwise, don't. So this has to be like this. I guess it doesn't really matter if there's an else statement there. All right, so let's go bottom side. Never, because the N replaced the ether, but it came close to being added to Minecraft. So now these enemies, anytime one is rolled, it will always spawn on top. It will always spawn up there. Hope you appreciate the Persona 4 music. At some point, you're going to be hearing me use the remix version, the revival versions. Like, because Persona 4 is getting remade. I don't know. I don't even know why I was surprised. I was like, of course they were gonna remake it. They already had like most of Persona 3 made in like Unreal Engine. Of course they were just gonna. It's like, I think Persona 3 and 4 use very similar assets. Anyway, Persona 3 and 4 were made like in a very there was a very short gap between 3 and 4. So like, to no one's surprise, they're remaking 4. And you know, maybe they'll make Persona 6. I don't know, just maybe. If like that Persona 5 X game wasn't like a shitty gacha game, maybe I would have actually been interested in it. So here's what we're gonna test. Let's say that it's just like 0. So if it's like this, if I've coded this correctly, that means that only the top side will actually spawn any of the enemies. Now this is obviously gonna affect like the rate at which enemies spawn, because like the spawn time is gonna have to keep rolling like spawns more and more. Does the ether mod exist in all the mods 10? I think it does. I don't know, actually. I haven't checked. I didn't check. Yeah, you see how much slower they're spawning? However, it's very obvious that it's only now spawning them from the top. So congratulations, everybody. We have spent 2 hours on this feature, and it now is working. All I gotta do now is serialize the variables. I gotta serialize the variables so I can adjust them here. It is actually working. We finally fucking did it. So the only issue is that the spawn time is like, you know, the spawn time needs to be adjusted. So I need to, if I turn this down to like 1. Yeah, see? Like, the only way to actually, like... Yeah, this is the only way it would be done. Alright, so now let's, like, try to weight it. So, let's say... Game on. Let's say an enemy will spawn from the bottom side there's like a 0.25% chance that an enemy will spawn from the bottom side. I'll serialize these values soon. All right, let's try it. Oh, wait, hold up. Did I... Oh, wait, yeah, that would be like a stupidly small chance. 1 second. Whoops, my bad. Is there a boss? Not yet. We won't implement something like that just yet. Like, I think what I'm gonna do, this will be kind of like a wave-based thing. So, like, a certain amount of time will pass in each wave, and then, like, there'll be a sign that signifies a new wave is starting. So there'll be triggers that determine, like, what enemies spawn. I think that'll be the only way to signify differentiation between the levels. Maybe the density of enemies will increase. Alright, so it's gonna keep trying to spawn enemies. Yeah, like that. Yeah, see? An enemy is now spawning from the bottom to, like, try to flank you. Okay, there's more. Whoa, what the heck? Oh, yeah, it's like 1 in 4 enemies that spawn now. 1 in 4 enemies will be enemies that will come from the bottom. I don't know. I guess like, I'll have to play around with the values and see which one I like. I think it'll be like, so it'll be kind of interesting. Like in level 1, it'll be 0. It'll be 0. There won't be any like chasers trying to flank you. But like when you get to like later levels, it'll be like, oh shit, one of them just tried to surprise me from the bottom. Like it'll be like that. I think that would be kind of cool. I think that'll be like kind of a neat mechanic. But congratulations, we've done it. All right, so let's start serializing some values here. So obviously we can't like hard code this shit. So let's do enemy spawn parameters. And a lot of this code will probably be like, I can honestly copy a lot of this code. Yeah, I can honestly copy a decent bit of this code. Add the UFO as a boss that spawns many enemies in front of you. I don't know, let's not get too crazy here. It's like, we're far off from creating any sort of boss battle in this yet. I want to make sure I have like a level progression like set up first. And let me stop the game. Because I think we're in a position where the enemy spawner can finally become a prefab. It's just like, the thing is, essentially what'll happen is that the enemy... One second, I'm thinking about something. No, that's stupid. It's like, how do how much control can I have over certain sides? I don't know, it's like... Sorry, I'm thinking about something. It's like, I want to say this enemy spawner, considering how complex the enemy spawner's code became, I want to try to use this for as many different enemies as possible. As long as this object exists. So basically we'll have like multiple scripts on this thing. So I think like we'll have a separate script for some other enemies. We'll have several scripts for other enemies. I also noticed the music has stopped. Yeah, N has a death laser. Just found Roar of the Jungle Dragon charted in Deltarune. That's pretty good. Take Space Invaders as a reference like base and try to edit the figures and Big Boss in Space Invaders. Is there a boss in Space Invaders? Since when? I've never heard of this. Like, Space Invaders is just a grid of aliens that are just kind of moving towards you. Unless we're talking about like Galaga or some other game. Okay, let me... So 25... I don't know, if I wanted, like, consistency's sake. If I just wanted to be consistent. Oh, shit. The stream's being weird. Sorry about that. I mean, the stream is honestly doing pretty, like, all right. Stream is actually not doing that badly. So, break. Okay. Just found out that the boss is Space Octopus. You know what? Do I even need this break? Do I even need that? No, actually, I don't think I do. Oh, in fact, it's not even in, like, the other two cases. I was about to say, I was like, that didn't look right. Yeah, I want to say, like, if I set this to 0F, and, like, I set this to 100F, so every time 2 is rolled, it will always spawn on the right. Again, I'm just, like, doing some final testing before I start serializing these values. Sorry that I think the stream might be, like, breaking a little. Again, I don't really know why that happens. I don't know. I wonder if it'll get worse. My sister is coming home today. She's probably home now. She might be home now. I'm not sure. And she probably just wants to sleep. Just found Bury the Light in Deltarune. Okay, yeah, as expected. They're just coming from the right side. Now, I guess I'm gonna have to make this, like, 0.1. I watched something very funny on YouTube, and it's very funny, not suitable for children. Can I send the link for the video on Twitch? Oh, you on the Discord? You can send it there. You on the Discord? You can send it there. Did I mention that Rousey has custom lyrics for all these songs? Oh, yeah, I guess that's like part of the joke. That's part of the joke. They have to do it that way. They gotta do it. Oh yeah, that's manageable. Yeah, I don't have disco. Oh, right. Okay, I think what I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna have to make it so, like, the bonus, like the little bonus pickups, they disappear after a certain amount of time. I feel like that's a little too forgiving that they're still there. I think, like, also, similar to the meteorite, like, I want to have asteroids that kind of fly by, and if you crash into them, you die, or you take damage. But I think, like, what I also want is, like, for items that upgrade your weapons to kind of float by. I don't know if I wasn't sure I wanted them to drop from, like, enemies. Moderator, give me permission to send the link. I don't know if Blue is awake. I don't know, ask her. Yeah, Blue, are you there? Alright, grab all the items. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Okay, I died. Got a little too... I think there'll also be, like, buttons for, like, precise movement. I'll probably have to add, like, a keybind for, like, more precise movement if you need to move more slowly for some reason. I don't know. I want to have dashes. I want to be able to... I want to give the ability to dash as well. Danny, better click it. Well, if it's, like, not suitable for children, I have no idea what's in this video. I have no idea what's in this video, or if I should be, like, opening it, like, on stream. That's why I was saying just send it in the Discord. But, like, obviously, I guess, like, you don't have it. Alright, so now what I gotta do... So, spawn parameters, float, max amount to spawn. I don't know. I guess like if we want to, let's turn this up to 5. Spawn time is 5. Set this down to 0.1 now. Enemy max count. I don't know. How about 6? Let's make this not 167. 16. So serialized field. Serialized field. I guess I'll have like, we'll have 4 of these. So spawn chance top, which will always be 100F. This is based off of Country Ball. This is based off of Country Balls, but very highly funny and inappropriate for children. I guess I'll be the judge of that. Okay, this is an hour and 20 minutes. I don't think I'll be watching it on stream, but thanks. I'll share this into the Discord. I'll toss this into the Discord, I guess. Yeah, 1 second. So I don't forget about it. All right, there we go. We'll keep it there on Discord. Okay. So now what we got to do, float, spawn, chance, bottom, or no, I guess it's like spawn chance right is next. And then I guess the chance, let's make that 25F for now by default. Float, spawn, chance, bottom, and let's do 5F. So like there's a 1 in 20%, there's like a 20% chance that an enemy will spawn from the bottom. And then let's also do 25F for this. What's wrong? Well, it's like you were the only one posting those memes at all. I didn't give a shit. There might be a season 2. So right, bottom, and then left. All right, so now I should be able to configure these values from in here. It's on a different channel. All right, so enemy spawner. I guess like I'm probably gonna have to rename this the Chaser spawner. So spawner parameters, Chaser spawner parameters. Let me reorder this. Because I was thinking like, oh, do I want this to be for just this enemy? I'm like, no, let's just put all the enemies in different scripts. But they're all gonna be on the same spawner object. They're all gonna be put on the same spawner object. That'll keep things more organized. Yeah, let's move this to the top. And then these two values here. Oh, shit. These are two constants. So general spawn parameters. I also noticed I spelled that wrong. Try not to laugh at the video because it's very challenging not to laugh. Yeah, a challenge accepted. I don't know. I think there's been very few times on the channel like I've like, I don't think I've cried laughing on the channel yet. I don't think I've seen anything on the channel. I don't think I've seen anything like, I have like cried laughing at certain videos, but like it's never happened like on recording or on stream. General spawn parameters, and then Chaser spawn location weighting, I guess. Yeah, let's do that. All right, this looks a bit more organized. Can I separate these by comma? Ooh. You can. I don't know. I was staring at that. I was like, no, that looks stupid. Good shit. All right, awesome. I don't know. I saw like all of that there, and it was just kind of annoying me. All right, here we go. Looks like one of them should not be there. Yeah, move that up there. So distance from camera edge. Actually, yeah, keep that there. Keep that in that section. Alright, perfect. Alright, so there should be, at the top, there should be a 100% chance for anytime one is rolled. It should, what we should see is that more enemies are spawning from the top. We should see that more enemies are spawning from the top. Okay. It's not as apparent. I mean, okay, actually, I guess, like, one of the problems is that there is, like, a cap to how many enemies can be on the screen. So maybe it might not look that way. I don't know. I'm gonna have to play around with these values. Again, this is probably the only, like, way we could even do this. It's probably the only way we'd be able to do this. And this might be one of the only enemies that behaves this way at all. Can I give you hints of what might happen in the whole video? No. I'll watch it myself. Okay, as you can see, most of the enemies... this is good. This is good shit. Did I put rice in? I did not have rice in my rice cooker. Well, I wasn't even sure. I ate like a pretty big lunch. I wasn't even sure if I'm not even sure if I'm hungry. But then again, I have like eggs sitting in my fridge that I'm thinking like, oh yeah, I probably should eat that. Okay. Let me check something. That looked kind of strange. Let me check the chaser controller. On trigger 2D. If it's a player projectile, destroy that object. Okay. I don't know. For some reason, it just kind of looked like my hitbox was bigger than I thought. I was like thinking, oh yeah, my hitbox should be pretty tiny. On trigger 2D, enter if it's the enemy. Yeah, so I have the collider itself. Yeah, does that look kind of odd? It doesn't look like the collider's working the way it should. Okay, let me check the shit. Yeah, wait, what the heck? That doesn't look right. There's like a rigid body, circle collider. This is to make sure it doesn't walk off the map. Yeah, on trigger 2D, yeah, that shouldn't be happening. What's going on here? So this is a trigger. It's like, it should enter that region, and then that's what kills the ship. Not the outer circle. Like, to show you what I mean, if I remove this collider, I think I'm just going to be able to go wherever the hell I want. Yeah, see? However, does that fix it? All right, 1 second. I didn't get a good look at it. Does that have to do with the enemy's colliders? Like, how big is the enemy's collider? Huh. Gotta go. All right, Lane. I'll see you later. Are you streaming Sunday? Probably not. Yeah, it's like, it's not functioning. I feel like the collider is not working the way it's supposed to be. So let me, like, check. God damn it. Highlight this. No, highlight this enemy. Huh. That's weird. That doesn't look right. Am I not using the colliders correctly? Huh. Rigid body. Include layers. They're layer overrides. Balatro? Yeah. Exclude enemy. Well, actually, I gotta stop it and then change it. So I come into, like, the circle collider. I wanted to exclude anything that are relevant to enemies. Let's see if that works. So, like, the ship's collider should not react to the colliders of the enemies. However, when they enter the trigger, that's what should activate. Yeah, I think that works better. I want to say that worked. Alright, cool. Was there anything else we need to do now? Because, like, that was probably one of the, like, most important things we got done. Yeah, so we had distance from camera. I'm like thinking, what else do I need to get done? I don't know, I could start, like, seeing if I could get, like, an asteroid to fly by. I don't know, let me, like, whip up a quick asteroid. Let's go, like, 60 by 60. Let's like, whip up, like, a funny asteroid. So I think, like, this color looks... this color looks fine. Why is it? It doesn't kind of look like the Moya emote. This kind of look like that. I don't know. I feel like the asteroid is supposed to look a little more jagged. Oh, let me try that again. That looks a bit more convincing. Let me make that like a little... Yeah, that looks better. And then what I can do is make a slightly darker one. Maybe that's like a little too dark. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so export this. Basically what's gonna happen is that when it runs into us, it also just kills us. But it doesn't actually follow us. It doesn't follow us. It's gonna pick, I wanna say like, when it spawns, it's also gonna have like it's also gonna, I think it'll be evenly distributed. It can spawn from any direction. I think like what I could do, like a very simple way to do this, I think like wherever its spawn position is, I'm going to essentially invert the, like, I'm gonna basically invert the coordinates of its spawn position, and that's its destination. Because that, I think every single time, it should just travel across the screen to get to that point. So like, let's say it spawns at like 1, -1, it's gonna go to -1, 1. And it should always fly by the screen. It should always fly by the screen when it does that. I think that's what I want to do. Alright, let's... So now we have rock. And then choose file. And then we'll choose. So save exports. Then it will always go to through 0, 0. Oh, that is true though. If you want that, I don't know. I guess that is true. That would be too predictable if it did that. So I don't know. Maybe it needs to pick like a... It needs to pick like a point on the opposite side. On the opposite side of where it spawned. So, okay, here's what's gonna happen. You basically pick from a range of like... Let's say you spawn one up here, right? Let's say you spawn one up here. Basically... We already know what the Y value is going to be because it's going to be probably the same Y value as how the enemies spawn. We just invert the Y value and then we pick a range from the bottom. We pick a second random number to act as the second X value. So I don't know, like you'll see it kind of just fly by the screen. Is there a way to rotate vectors? See, the thing is, I don't know, rotation is really weird in this. I don't know, the rotation is kind of weird in this. I was like, I want to have the I would love to have the asteroid rotate around. But it's like, I think we'd have to do something similar to how we like worked with the ship. To like get it to rotate in a certain direction, but it's like the controls get weird. The movement gets weird. Like what it determines as like the X coordinate and the Y coordinate gets weird when it starts rotating. But I think maybe vectors solve that. Maybe vectors would solve that. Alright, let me export this. Or no, let me open this. I mean a math method. There is a rotate method. There's a rotate method that we use to move the ship, if that's what you're talking about. Like, you can set its rotation. However, there's also a method just called rotate, as opposed to a method called translate. Excuse me. Alright, that's not the folder it should be in, but we have a rock. I think we can also get rid of this random stock image. We don't need this anymore. How big is this rock? Oh, right. So, I don't know. I guess, like, do we want to consider the rock an enemy? Consider it an NPC. Oh shit, wow, that rock is really tiny. Yeah, I guess that's... I didn't realize the rock was gonna be that small. Well, to be fair, I made it like 60 by 60 pixels. You know, hold on, let me redo that. Yeah, let me redo this. There's one while modding Terraria, vector name that rotated by pi2, rotated by 90 degrees. A sprites. So let me make... How do I make the... What's the button? No. It was canvas, yeah. Yeah, make this like 256. All right, there we go. So export as rock, replace it. All right, let's try this again. So this should be like a decently, this should be like a much larger sprite. Or not. Wait, seriously? What the heck? I made that thing way bigger. Alright, whatever. I'll just have to scale it. How big do we want this rock to be? I don't know. Maybe I could even, like... Maybe I could randomize the size of the rock. Maybe I'll randomize the size of the rock when it spawns. Let's give it a default size of like 5. Yeah, so essentially it's like it's gonna pick a random value and then it's gonna float by. It's gonna float by like that. And if it touches the player, it kills them, alright? So this thing, let's go rename this asteroid. So we need an asteroid, and then what we want to do is we want to add a edge. Let's call it an edge collider. It doesn't need to be perfect, but I didn't think a circle was like good enough for this. Yeah, something like that. And I guess, like, so... I guess, like, this thing will also be under enemy spawner. It's technically an enemy. I don't know, maybe I'm just gonna have to reduce it to, like, spawner. I'm gonna have to generalize it even further. Okay, so... Let's, we don't need to control the edge collider anymore. It functions properly. I think we'll give this thing will be tagged as enemy. Do you want the player to be able to shoot and destroy it? Oh, that's an interesting question. It's like, I feel like what you could do if your gun is too weak. If your gun is too weak, you can't destroy it. You need, like, maybe... I think, like, what I'm planning to do is that there's gonna be several weapons you can pick up, and every weapon kind of has, like... It has, like, an upgrade and then, like, another upgrade. So, like, every gun in the game kind of has two, like, upgrades that you can pick up to make it better. And then, of course, if you get hit, you lose the weapon. However, I think, like, you'll keep your upgrade. I don't know. It's like, I guess, like, what terms can I explain this in? I don't know if you've ever played Star Fox, but in Star Fox, basically, throughout the level, you could pick up, it takes multiple hits. I want to say if your gun is strong enough, then it destroys it. I don't know. I haven't, like, bothered to implement a health system in any capacity yet. I just haven't felt like it. Unless the weapon does more damage. Yeah, it's kind of like that. I don't know, maybe we will have to... I guess, like, the easiest way to handle this would be a health or damage system. Yeah. Yeah, let me also make sure... So since this is an enemy... If the ship was to walk into it, it should die. I think it should already be that simple. Okay, no, it doesn't. What did the... Let me check the enemies. So the Chaser. Chaser had a rigid body. I think this thing needs a rigid body. So rigid body 2D, it doesn't need gravity. I think that's what it's missing. So it can interact. Okay, interesting. Am I forgetting something? Does it need to be a trigger? Let me remove this. The circle collider is trigger. And it's like that triggers for the bullet. So mass gravity. Ship. Yeah, this thing should be treated as an enemy. It's not excluding any layers. Yeah, what layer is this thing on, like the wrong layer? Yeah, it should still be able to run into this. God, have I just not figured out... Have I still not figured out how colliders work? I'm probably just gonna turn off the enemy spawner for a second. Turn this off. Okay. All right, turn that off. It's like it crashed the game when I tried to turn it off. Yeah, what is going on here? So asteroid. So we have an edge collider, is trigger. It's not that, is it? No. Okay, that's not the answer either. I'm like thinking it has to do with the layers. Sorting layer. No, it's probably not the layers. Asteroid. I don't know, it's like... Let me check the drone. So there's a circle collider that determines, like, that is solely for when it gets hit by a bullet, by the way. Yeah, that is solely for when it's about bullets. That's why it has a trigger in the first place. And then it has a second collider that collides with everything. I don't know, maybe it is a rigid body. Wait, no, oh wait, I clicked on the wrong thing. So give me a rigid body 2D and then 0. I don't know, it wasn't working before, so... Wait, what the hell was that? What the heck? Okay, is it about the Edge Collider? Is the Edge Collider just not something I want to use for this? So how about a Box Collider? And you know, we'll make it a little forgiving, okay? Alright, try this for size. So, like, if the ship runs into it, it should just die. It's responding to the bullets, but not the ship. What? Let me check let me check this. Because, like, right now, the ship should only get destroyed, like, because of this. This is the only way the ship gets destroyed, anywhere in the code, as far as I know. Path to ship position, path to current ship position. Enemy spawner. It's on trigger, position of death. Yeah, why is that happening? I'm not gonna find the answer there. It's tagged under enemy too. Oh, wait, my bad. The layer was set to enemy, not the tag. Alright, so if I run into this thing, it should actually kill me. Yeah, see? Alright, cool. So now what I gotta do, I need to basically draw a way to instantiate an asteroid. I need to create a way to instantiate an asteroid. And then, like, have it do something like that. And, like, that. I don't know. It could be kind of cool. Like, a part of me is wondering, like, oh, do I want this thing to kill the enemies, too? I feel like the asteroid could be, like, a bit of, an element of chaos. You don't get points for... You only get points if if your bullets kill the enemy, but the asteroid just kind of runs over some enemies. That could be kind of funny. That could be kind of funny. Yeah, I'd have to do some modifications to this. Yeah, if it's a player projectile... So I guess like, I'd have to give this thing its own tag, wouldn't I? If I wanted it to interact with the enemies, because it can't be considered an enemy at that point then. So let's go... asteroid. So we give it its own unique tag. So now what I gotta do instead is that I gotta go back here to the ship controller. And if the other tag is if I get touched by the enemy, or other dot tag equals asteroid, then it should just kill me anyway. Yeah, I might see if, I'll see about spawning enemies and see if they, like, run into the asteroid and die. I'm gonna EP might go soon. I'm probably gonna wrap it up soon anyway. Oh yeah, it seems to be, like... Yeah, I don't want these things to react to the bullets. Well, like, actually, no, it should destroy the bullet. Well, I guess like, I'm gonna have to write my own script for that. Well, no, or I just write it for this. I guess, like, I had this question a couple times, where I was questioning this about, like, the project a couple times, where I was like, where should I check what the bullet does when it collides with something? Should I check it when should I do it in the enemy script, where the bullet hits the enemy, or should I do it in the bullet script, where the bullet, like, collides with whatever? Because, like, then the bullet, I think we had to change this before. I think originally the bullet had the trigger. Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably gonna wrap this up soon anyway. Because, like, I think this asteroid might be something we'll set aside for another stream. I think that enemy spawner, I think, like, our biggest achievement was that enemy spawner. That, getting enemy spawner to work the way it did, that took a lot of thinking over. That was good. Yeah, it's, like, past 10. I think I might actually call this here. I think that's fine. I think we made some good progress. You and I. Next time I stream this, I don't know, it'll be after, like, Minecraft and RimWorld. So, Monday will be the next stream. Yeah, I don't think I have any plans for any special streams lately. I don't think I have any other plans. I don't know when Terraria is coming back. I do have intentions to have Terraria come back. I think, like, when RimWorld is over, then I'll move on to, like, either Stardew Valley. I'm gonna bring back Stardew Valley, or just go on with Terraria. Can I get a key for this game when it drops? I don't fucking know. If I put it up on Steam, it'll probably just be free. Or, hell, I'll probably just, like, find a way to build, like, get a build of the Unity game that looks like an exe file and just put it in the Discord. That's what I'll probably do. So, thank you everyone so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you to my moderators for moderating everything. Thank you to Startacell, especially, for any of the mathematical logic. You're a big help there. Thank you to everybody who came by and everybody who stuck around to the end. For now, I will see you guys on Monday. All right, bye.